Well, hey, my name is Zack Snyder, your Dungeon Master for Into the Hellmouth. Tonight, hopefully, Lord willing, will be the last session. If this isn't it, then we're just going to keep going until infinity happens. That being said, we have a wonderful crew here tonight. Unfortunately, our dear friend Matt is missing, but let me do the recap real quick, and that might explain why. As the Vigil awoke last session from a long rest following their second day in the mall, the party was confronted by Tekel, an immense being who claimed he needed the party's help in fighting a war against the Sheol-Volth, an unknown enemy whose very name supposedly carried some dangerous curse. Even with Rhoda's unconscious affliction and Augustine's inability to speak, the group cautiously traveled together forward, following Tekel until they could see their first glimpse of Tharine, a massive city seemingly made of Omnite that resided at the center of the mall and its impact point dead center of the Hellmouth. Tekel claimed he and his people were unable to view or enter the city, but he had recently seen another topsider traverse the bridge without issue. He then tasked the party with entering the city on his behalf, finding a mystical pool of a great baptismal near the center of the city, and bringing him back these mystical liquids from within so he could defeat his enemy. As they traveled toward the city proper, they learned that the mere sight of the city deeply impacted the Shadow Mirvok in a way that he was ready to do nearly anything and within his power to convince the party to move away from the place. Rhoda, however, was unconscious and was positioned away from the view of the city, so the response of her mystery presence as yet unknown. After some time, both Augustine and Rhoda regained their center, woke back up to find the center path. Unfortunately, it was directing directly into a giant block of Omnite, so they had to pick a path. They took the easternmost path to traverse upon. As the party traveled down this last stretch of land along the easternmost path, they hit a swamp-like receptacle where they were ambushed by deadly, diseased-ridden sloths who nearly infected or killed several party members. Once again, however, the party pulled through, and as they rested, though, Mirvok, in an attempt to dissuade the party from advancing and consider the legitimacy of Tekel's words, goaded Zarzaki, into speaking the name of the enemy, Sheol-Volth, out loud. In a fit of some unknown energy, Zar was knocked unconscious, and when he awoke, he had seemingly lost all ability to communicate with the party. And that's where we are now, following a short rest. All of you do insight checks as we are examining Zar as he is seemingly speaking some kind of language that you just don't know.
It would help if I pulled up my sheet.
26.
Ooh-wee.
12.
21.
Wow.
18.
Jeez. 15 or lower, he is speaking some kind of gibberish. 18 or higher, he is speaking some kind of language, but you don't know it. And then anything above a 20, you guys know that this guy is trying very hard to say something, and he just is not able to speak a language you have ever heard. I mean, something has happened with Zarzaki. Clearly, whether it's a curse or not, he is doing whatever he can to speak, and he is trying to say things and motion with his hands, but anything he's doing, it's not something that you can even interpret. Even with those high insight checks, it's like he's trying to speak, but he's stuck behind a barrier of language. What would you guys like to do?
Does he seem to be like in any type of like mental pain or anything?
His body is not reacting in any kind of pained way that you would recognize.
Zar, can you understand us? And then I would ask for a nod.
Zar looks on and his ears wiggle. And he just...
His ears wiggle. Zar, is that a yes or no?
He looks at you.
Okay. Do you remember who we are?
He rubs his tummy.
Okay, I'm guessing he's making... Do you think maybe making these signals, he's saying yes to us, but he can't formulate the proper signal?
I asked him to nod, so I
And he
think
wiggled his
nodding
ears.
goes beyond language.
Maybe he doesn't understand what we're saying.
He kind of listens for a bit, and then he takes out some of his alchemy stuff and fiddles with some things. You've seen him fiddle with things before.
His
Can't
notepad.
really tell what he's doing anything with.
Can we give him his tablet and like point like he can write on it? His sketch pad?
Sure.
I want to see if he can write to us. I'll write on it. Do you understand us? And then write yes or no and show it to him.
He grabs the pad and the pencil, and then he eats the pencil.
All right. Okay. Well, we've learned some things here. He is a child. He is a baby now. Is he standing or sitting?
He's standing.
Okay.
I would walk beside him and try to reach for his pouch. And the healing potions is what I'm doing after. Is that something he would defend against or willingly?
Oh, do me a Christmas check.
Just straight charisma?
Mm-hmm.
12.
He spins, and then he walks a little bit up the hill toward the city.
Okay.
And then he looks back.
Eating us.
He stomps on the ground 3 times.
He wants us to follow. Major, what are your thoughts?
We're not going anywhere until we've settled a few things. Czar, soldier, sit down.
Zara pulls out the same alchemic ingredients and just is fiddling with something. Standing.
Well, he's a lost cause. Rhoda, before we go any deeper, you need to explain yourself, soldier. You have at least 3 times attacked a member of our team, twice me. And that's not to mention the smoke still rising from your scarf and the 2 times that you've fallen unconscious. What's going on?
This place has a very odd effect on me, I believe.
Why?
I feel like you may already have an idea of why, and I don't feel comfortable sharing that right now.
So we have not 1, but 2 hypocrites among our team.
Hypocrites, what do you mean?
I'll get to you in a moment.
Augustine!
How did either of you, looking between Rhoda and Tebrim, even manage to join the Wardens?
Miravac looks up. Yeah! How'd that happen?
I look at Rhoda terrified.
I mean, I went through all the proper channels. I
So
don't know what
did this happen after you joined then?
No.
All
What
right.
happened?
So you at least didn't make it all the way through training before deciding to do what you did.
Same goes for me. I joined the Wardens as atoning for what I've done in my previous life.
Fair enough. But you still made it all the way through training and thought it was a good idea to continue as you are.
I did not think it would be a problem. I've had it under control for many years.
You should know why it's a problem, even if you think you have it under control. But I said I would get to Augustine. The entire time that we've been down here, you have dogged Rhoda's steps. You watch her, not your surroundings. You have put her above the mission every step of the way. Unless you can shape up, this distraction is going to cost us the mission and get her killed.
May I speak plainly then?
Please.
Forgive me, I feel like I haven't dogged her footsteps the entire time. If anything, I feel like I have watched our surroundings and have done the duty well, and any time we have faced with a path to divert us, I've urged us to continue forward with the mission, instead of hightailing out of here.
Indeed, which is to your credit. But if you can't allow her to do her job without trying to protect her from it, you're going to get her killed. If you continue to distract both her and yourself, someone is going to die. Amazingly, the most responsible one of all of you is Zarzaki, and he was a lunatic before he got himself cursed.
He's chewing on some kind of mechanical piece.
At this point, it's too late. If you want my resignation when we return to the surface, you'll have it.
Yeah, I feel... Major, I feel like everyone here has pulled their weight, whether they are hypocrites like you say or not. I feel like they have proven themselves. I understand for whatever reason Rhoda took a swipe at you earlier in the fight, and that you have every right to call her out on that, and that should not have happened. But I feel like everyone in this group has done their part and to defend the name of the Warden and the mission, and to defend all of Amnesia of what has happened here. Not sure loyalties can be questioned in this time, Major.
Augustine, your wife has a shadow, which it seems that you were not aware of. I think we have every right to call loyalty into question.
Forgive me, Major. don't believe I was following her that closely, all these steps to be considered her shadow, okay?
I mean, a shadow like Mirovok over here.
Like, he looks over at Mirovok.
Your brother smiles back. Listen, I've been telling you, we're not too far. We don't have to listen to the spider guy. We can head on back. It'll all be gravy.
You shut your mouth.
I
What
don't.
do you say, Major?
Rhoda, this can't be true. You don't have a. This is just this place that's causing these effects. It's not a shadow that we're dealing with leaking through your bandage.
I've had it under control. I didn't think it would be a problem.
So you do have a shadow, a dark demonic force inside of you that is also seeping through your eyes.
Just nod.
I would look to Rhoda. You made a deal too.
I did. Yes.
I understand.
And that is exactly why I will be asking both of you for your resignations if we make it out of this alive.
Major, I mean, okay, this is all fresh and new and obviously open wounds here. But Tebra just said he did this to atone for the things of his past. And that is why he's joining the Wardens. It was out of
If
goodness.
he wishes to atone, he should do it somewhere that he's not risking everyone's lives every moment that he stays.
Is he not risking his own life? For others? Same with Rhoda. If there's one thing I know about Rhoda, she aims to protect the people above. That's
What's
why
the
I fell in
point
love.
of risking your life to protect people if you are putting them in danger with your very presence?
I mean, she didn't hit you.
Well,
We haven't obeyed Merovac's orders this entire time. And if it comes to it, I'll destroy Merovac.
hey,
And if I have to, for the people of Amnesia, then I will do what it's must.
I do fully believe that all of you would lay down your life for the Wardens. To be clear, I respect you for that. What I don't respect is you simultaneously, looking specifically at Rhoda and Tebram, you simultaneously risking everyone else's lives. And you, Augustine. You may not have a shadow, but you have been distracted. Distractions cost lives. Learn from my mistakes. Don't let it get her killed. Now, we have a job to do. And I trust that everyone will do it.
Yes, ma'am.
Of course. What do we do about Czar?
At this
What
point,
to
he's
do
sitting at
about
the
Tsar,
top of
indeed.
the hill, presumably in view of the city, looking on.
I'm assuming he has like a pouch with the potions and probably some of his little fire grenades, correct?
I think you would probably know that, yeah.
Well, if anything, I think we need to get a hold of the pouch and try to swipe it as we bring him along, and maybe we can find something in the well. Major, what do you think?
Good suggestion.
Is there any chance he's one of them now?
It's worth considering.
I think we have to be under the impression that he is no longer with us. And he's leading us to them, whatever them are. So I would propose a distraction on Tsar while someone grabs the potions and maybe a grenade, if possible.
It might also be worth tying him up. Tying his hands.
I'm a pretty strong dude. We are close. He did build an arm for me. I don't know if we would have some type of rapport that I could get in closer. Like a dog and its owner relationship. I'm gonna start walking over to Tsar in like a non-threatening manner. Zob, buddy. What are you thinking? Where are you taking us? And is he like showing any signs of like uneasiness as I get closer?
Do me a charisma check.
Okay, cool.
Are you going all the way up to kind of the crest where he's sitting?
Yeah, if anything, I want to be able to like, hey, wrap my arm around him, basically. Good old times, good buddy. With the charisma check, we roll. I got 18.
Okay. I think you notice three things as you walk up. First, as you glimpse over the edge of this hill, you look down and see Tsar. He is tinkering with something. He looks up as he hears you approach, and he does kind of like a little spin in his seat. And then as soon as you pull over the hill, you see the city proper for the first time. You see this beautiful, glowing, blue, spacious expanse. There's a clear, almost glass-like bridge in front of you, and just on your side of the bridge, there's this giant chasm underneath the bridge itself. But on your side of the bridge, there are elements of what seem to be structures, but at the same time, they don't look or feel like structures. They are elements of some kind of development of something. It's as if the rock itself had tried to form structures, but also at the same time it looks as if it's just been eroded by water, but at the same time it seems as if it has been old but also inhabited but also natural. Like it's this eerie blend of situations in which this outer city region, almost like an outpost of sorts, is what I think your mind would immediately go to, is a small glimpse of the larger broad expanse of the city that you see before you. You feel kind of almost this, as you come over the hill, this like cold breeze. There's a bit of a shimmer down your spine of like an eerie, like a cold chill. I think simultaneously, it's this weird balance of something that's so ominous, but simultaneously, you have never seen anything this gorgeous in your life. I think you're able to sit down next to Tsar. At this point, I think he hits his knee, and then he flicks something in his finger that's mechanical, and he looks on toward the city. I think you can probably get your arm around him. He does flinch as you do so.
Okay. What's his facial expression like?
It's hard to read.
Okay, cool.
he's making expressions with his face, but the expressions that he's making are not.
Okay. Is anyone coming up behind me as I'm doing this? You guys following?
I probably would.
Okay. If I'm starting to hear them approach,
Yep.
I'm just going to assume they know what's going to happen. And in this moment, I kind of like look over at Tsar and, buddy, we've known each other for seems like forever, and I appreciate your friendship. And as we grow closer to this city, I appreciate you. And I just, in that moment, lock my arms around him in a grappling fashion, hoping that it buys us time that someone's running up to tie him up behind me.
He as you do that, he just is this.
Okay.
And are
All right.
people coming up over the edge?
Yes.
Don't
Okay.
fight it. Don't fight it.
What order do you think the people are coming up over the edge? You coming over together? Was there anyone specifically that was trying to do something against him?
Tabram?
Yeah.
Yeah.
If Tebram's the closest, yeah.
I would start trying to tie up his
Tie him up.
arms
Okay.
just behind his back.
Tebram, as soon as you get to the point of the hill in which the city itself appears, you are suddenly racked. It's almost like this. There are like spider lines that are pulling your arm back, and you're almost being like tensed to a point of like painful submission. And I think you just glance out of the corner of your eye and you see a Mirovac behind you, like almost like he's pulling these like invisible threads against your arm. He says, "No! I told you we are not going in the city. We can't do this. We have to turn around now." Go ahead and do me a intelligence saving throw, please.
No.
19.
Stupid
19.
demon.
Okay, so he is pulling on your arms. He is retching back. And as you kind of feel this tenseness against you, what do you do?
Is it letting up, or am I still?
No, it's like pulling your arms to the point where it's painful. Your arms are kind of like stretched against your shell, almost as if like in order to move forward, either he's going to have to give or you're going to. You can feel the tenseness of these invisible strings almost pulling the flexes of your arms and your legs, and he's like, it's almost like he's corralled your essence in a way and is stopping you from moving forward. You do have a chance to do something, but I would need to know what you're going to try.
Oh my gosh.
Yep. Mirovac, I have to move on, and then I would cast Protection from Evil and Good on myself to help give me advantage on saving throws against aberrations.
Okay. Do you make any kind of attack, or do you simply summon this? Like, what does it look like as you do this? Are you pairing it with something, or is this the thing that you're trying to use to kind of sever this hold?
Yeah, this is a thing. I'm not trying to hurt him, just try to sever the hold he has on me.
I think what does it look like as you do this protection from good and evil around yourself?
A light, just holy aura emanating, just like a shield, a bubble around myself.
Okay. So I think as you cast this, Mirovac, he is just, no! And you see this like almost holy bubble embracing your skin. As it gets towards your shoulders, the invisible strings he has get cut as this holy energy is traipsing across your body, and then it starts to get out to your hands, and you start to feel like you're getting back control, and then the final line is cut. But as it does so, there's almost like this psychic whiplash as you fall forward, as you disconnect from Mirovac. As you do so, there's this psychic energy that pulses and pushes you forward. You take 40 psychic damage as your separation from Mirovac is initiated by the holy spells that you have within yourself. And as you also do so, you feel him pulling a second level spell slot from your body as you also lose that. He is pulled from you. The necklace that you were wearing that was an element of your agreement. This item, this amulet, I apologize. This amulet of twisted fate, you see as the holy energy, as you're falling, you see the holy energy continues to contain the amulet, but the centermost gem is split. There's a cut down the center. You feel yourself, at least the amulet, and all abilities that come with it, leave your person as you fall to the ground, taking this psychic backlash. You do see yourself falling on the side of the hill that is the city, and you see Miravac, as you're falling, pull back, as if he also received some similar backlash. He falls, and I think Arya and Rhoda, you are still on the same side of this as this being, and he looks around panicked. At first he's this panic, and then he looks around to almost see if he can lapse onto one of you in some way, but I think he has a recognition, and maybe he thinks, I don't have to go to the city, I'm free, and then he's going to start running past you both. Is there anything you'd like to do?
No, I'm probably gonna go up to Tebrum and check on him.
Yeah, I mean, if the shadow wants to leave, Arya's gonna let it. She is, however, gonna.
I think it squints at you, and you see this small version of yourself squint, and then as it runs past you, it sticks its tongue out, and then he into this little pulsing black cloud that moves back from where you guys came. Rhoda, as you walk over the hill, you have not experienced this yet, but your head pulses. There is this dark, necrotic bursts forward from your head. Previously, there was a steady stream of darkness and smoke. You go forward to check on Tebrum, but you too are impacted as your shadow, almost like the Witness from Destiny, multiple heads kind of curl out as you just hear, and your head is kind of racked with this like pulsing. It's like the worst migraine you've ever received, and there's also this immense burning around your forehead itself. Make me an intelligence saving throw.
Oh my gosh.
Would she be within 10 feet of me
Oh my
if
gosh.
we both cross the barrier at the same time?
Oh
Or-
my
Tebrum, do me a
gosh.
luck check to see if she was able to get close enough to you to pull your 10-foot aura.
I got a nat 1, but I'm gonna re-roll it with thank God.
Your head was
Tebrum,
gonna explode.
your body fell far enough that you unfortunately, your aura, you taking this much psychic damage and pushing you forward has pushed you out of the region in which she steps. Maybe if she was able to get further, she could have benefited from this bonus, but unfortunately, she is not able to as she takes a step back, head throbbing, this black face is pouring out of your head. What is your check after your reroll?
16.
16.
Is this all happening like instantaneous, or has this been like a minute since I locked arms with Czar?
I mean, so you're locking arms with Czar. Tebrum comes up to try to wrap Czar, I guess. He gets inflicted by this. Rhoda comes up to try to assist, and then she gets afflicted by something else. So it's kind of like a sequence of events in a very tight window of time.
Okay.
Rhoda, you feel just this burning, this pulsing. You hear the breath. No, the city! Are you going to do anything as you are feeling this pain pulsing around your face?
No, I think I'm just gonna try to endure it.
The
Okay.
fook.
I think you see this darkness envelop you. You have blind sight with the powers that he had granted you, but now the blind sight starts to completely cut off all blue that's spilled in. You see him now in a space where it is just you and him in this black expanse. He is currently like writhing in pain in front of you, the same hooded, lanky form. He is reaching out at you, but he is in so much pain, and you too are in pain. He says, no, take us back. You are within the same space as him, and you see him for what he is. He is a meek shadow that is not the strongest force in this space. Is there anything that you would like to do as you see him kind of in this moment of weakness standing in front of you in this metaphysical region of shadowy blackness?
I think just say we must go forward.
Oh my gosh.
You must go back. And he is going to like crawl a hand for you. We had an agreement. He's going to crawl another hand toward you, and he's going to try to reach up at you. Is there anything you'd like to do as he reaches at you?
Swat him away, maybe.
Okay. Are you trying to do an attack, or are you simply trying to kind of force him out of the space that you're in?
Yeah, just force him out.
Okay. I think go ahead and do me. Let's consider this an attack roll. Not that you're attacking him, but you're forcing him out of your zone. You're trying to use this energy that you have in this liminal space to push him away.
A 14 to hit.
14 to hit. This guy does not have high AC, and he is writhing on the ground. Go ahead and do me an advantage on that attack because of his current position. Let's see if you can get anything higher or even a nat 20.
That's a dirty 20.
Dirty 20. So I think, what is the source of your key outside of the key that he has granted you that's twisted? What is the thing that you pull from to center yourself in that space of energy?
Probably my brother. Thinking of my brother and my family.
Love it. So I think as he reaches for you, you are trying to push him away from this space, and then you see kind of from the blackness this hand. It is your brother himself in some aura, or there's this blue light around him that has him being the one that is giving you energy in this moment. But the shadow turns and glances up at your brother, or this form of your brother, this blue, shadowy, opaque spirit, and it is going to plunge its hand into your brother's chest. This shadow of your brother, this soul of your brother, whatever this is, looks and smiles at you, and he says, "You don't need this." As the shadow collides with him, there is this burst of psychic damage as you are at 0 hit points.
Oh my gosh.
Okay.
Mechanically, you lost 3 key points in this exchange, and you have a level of exhaustion. But you are currently on the ground. You are not rolling death saves, but your life force in this exchange of pulling everything from yourself in this space, you all watch as Rhoda, almost as if she's shot in the head by something. The psychic energy pulses as the black shadow dissipates. The thing around her face, this red thing that had been so central in all the years that you've known her, pulses out in this burst of psychic energy. You see that the red dissipates. You see her hair swirl around her face as she falls backwards. Arya, go ahead and do me a quick dexterity save. I think you're right behind her, recognizing the energy of this space.
12.
12. You're not quite quick enough. As she falls and it hits her head hard on the ground, you see she is unconscious. She is unmoving. And you, Augustine, is the only one that can see Tebrim in front of you. He is stirring, but he is clearly damaged.
I'm gonna immediately run forward and pour a healing potion down Rhoda's throat.
Okay.
As Tebrim, I'm hearing all the commotion. Tebrim falls in front of me. I just unlock my arms, but rip the pouch off of Zar that we know has the potions and whatever's in it. And I rush over to Tebrim. He's hurt, right? He's
been impacted, yes. He is still stirring. It's not like he is
I
unconscious.
want to help him up. And brother, are you okay?
I don't respond, and I immediately turn around at Arya. Don't you ever question the Vigil's intentions again.
So, Arya, you're pouring a potion down Rhoda's throat?
Yes. If it works, regular for now. And if it works, that's 8 healing.
Okay. Rhoda, you see this pulse of black energy as this being tries to essentially assimilate your brother in some space. The darkness around you, in a way, flows out like this internal explosion, and then you feel something cold running down your throat. You open your eyes, and it's very bright. It is brighter than things have been in a long time. Even in this dark cave, you see this blue glowing on the ceiling, and you see Arya standing over you, holding the glass that held a potion previously. This is, I think, instinctively you reach up to your face because there has been this almost form around your head that is now burning this black energy. And Arya, as you pour this potion down Rhoda's throat, you see the shadow that was previously attached to her. The headband explodes, its pieces fall down, and then forms together into this form of this shadow on the ground, and the shadow is snaking away at zigzag angles, trying to run. Is there anything that you do as it leaves your space before you pour the potion down Rhoda's throat?
I suppose I don't know what was going on inside her head, so no, I'm gonna let it go.
Just like Miravac, but maybe in a different direction. The shadow form of this being that maybe you hadn't had a name for pulls back into the space that you had come. And Rhoda, as you instinctively reach up, you can feel for the first time the face that you have so almost forgotten. You'd grown used to the face being covered by a cloth, and you open your eyes and you can see kind of the natural color, the sharpness return as your eyes adjust to the light. You have lost all advantages of that magic item. You have, as I had said, exhaustion. You've lost 3 key points, and you had lost all of your health. But you are nursed back by this potion, but have lost the magic item that was tied and gifted to you from Lamia. So Tebrin, you're able to be standing free of Miravac, and Rhoda, you paid a price, but you were standing and pulled up from your feet, free of Lamia.
Great question for the DM. Do I lose all the warlock abilities I also have, or still have access to those?
I would say the warlock abilities you still retain. We're mostly focusing on the item that was specifically granted to you in your boon.
Sounds good.
So you all are at the top of this hill. Zarzaki is kind of like spider-legged on the ground, watching this whole thing happen. Again, his mouth is... and the other 4 of you are now kind of in... or all this crew is now in view of the city for the first time. The argument that you had just had, so centered around these things, so poetically resolved in this moment, or maybe it didn't. Ari, I think there's a creeping in the back of your mind. You know that they're both out there. You watch them both flee. But as far as you can tell, this is the first time, at least for Rhoda, you have seen her face. What do you guys do?
I would reach in the pack that I got from Czar and hand Tebrim a potion. And then I think I would walk over to Rhoda.
Arya, were you spending your own potion, or were you spending...
that was mine.
Okay, thank you.
Not saying anything. And just staring at Rhoda and holding out a potion in the direction of Arya and Rhoda. Guessing he only had 2 potions in his pack, if I believe right.
Just like all of you have 1 small one and 1 greater.
Okay. I would probably hand whatever potion over. So, whoever wants to take it. But I don't think Augustine is saying anything.
I'm still glaring at Arya.
Arya is conspicuously quiet.
Zarzaki stands to his feet, and he picks up a rock and throws it at where the shadows were. Yes, come in.
We don't like them either. Yes. Okay. Well, we probably, Major, should we move lick our wounds a little bit and then move into the city? I mean, Rhoda looks
I
rough,
think that would be
right?
a good idea.
Yeah, I'm very rough.
You're really rough. I mean, it's
She's
your
an 8.
eyes, I think. What do your eyes look like? What do we see now?
I was
with
going to
your
say,
eyes?
Yeah.
Augustine, you see Rhoda.
I've never
eyes
seen.
for the
Yeah,
first
what
time.
do I see
Miranda,
in
could you
my
explain what Rhoda
newly
looks
married
like
wife?
to his little gnome eyes?
What do my gnome eyes see?
What do his gnome eyes see?
Agnes.
She has. I don't even think I wrote down what color eyes she has.
All right, perfect.
No one's gonna know.
She's actually.
She has like amber, like gold eyes. I would think.
Ooh,
Um,
gold eye.
And her eyes are probably kind of like red right now and squinty because I've had that thing on for a really long time. And yeah, I will slowly reach out and take that potion from you because I do need it. Was that a greater healing or just the regular one?
I don't know, but I'm sure Tebrum would probably slide you the greater if I handed him the greater.
Yeah, I would have walked up and handed you the one he handed me so you can take both.
Oh, you're gonna give her
Wait.
both.
No, you need one
Um,
because I still have both of mine too. So
We're gonna need, I think, where we're going, if anything, we're gonna need all of your powers at our disposal, Tebrum.
okay, I'll take the small one.
Okay, cool. In fact, I guess after you guys take those, how are you looking?
hold on 1 second. I'll
Yeah,
tell
you're
you.
good.
That's 2d4 plus 2 for minor, right?
Correct.
I said in the amnesia chat that she was cross-eyed.
Thank you.
So you guys, just for the sake of moving things along, you're
Yep.
able to heal up. Make sure you just keep track of whatever consumables were consumed. I think you see Czar looking on at all of you. You can't tell what expression his face is making, but I think you can still sense that there's an intelligence in Czar. He just has the inability to communicate, and I think he looks back toward the city, then back towards you all. It looks as if he's ready to follow you guys still. Are you guys going to take a short rest, or are you going to continue on into the city?
I mean, I think we should probably take one last short rest, unless you all are. I mean, haven't been touched. I'm sure that'll change.
Yeah. I'm,
if you
I'm
guys
doing
need
fine,
some-
but
We can watch
Agreed.
over you guys if needed, because I don't have any whatever exhaustion or anything, so my eyes are peeled. My gnome eyes are strong. My will is strong.
Just a brief question. How many short rests have been taken since your last long rest?
None.
I believe only one. We
Oh,
ended
one.
last
Okay.
session with a short rest.
we did short rest at the end of
Oh,
last
you're
session.
right. You're right.
Yep.
Okay.
Okay, that's it.
How many can you take?
I don't mind you taking one more, but I think this would probably be the last until
The
your
last
next
one.
You can
long
have
rest.
2 short rests in between every long rest.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think we take a short rest. Yeah. Everyone, heal up. Steel your minds, and prepare yourselves.
We
Okay.
might not have an opportunity to in the city.
From
Agreed.
those hit die.
Agreed.
Okay, so you guys take a short rest. Is anyone spending hit dice or anything along those lines to
No.
take advantage of this?
I probably will, but during the short rest, it takes 10 minutes to cast Prayer of Healing.
Okay.
Can I do that?
Yeah, so we'll take about an hour and 10 for this then.
Nice.
And then during your short rest, I can get back to the Channel Divinity. So I would have used that Channel Divinity to cast a second level spell and then get that slot back in the short rest.
Just keep in mind you've lost the one that was granted by your magic ability, but you have your
Yeah.
normal still. So,
Okay.
just to keep us moving, spend what you will.
Isn't it?
I don't know if anyone, so no one is spending hit dice on this second
No.
short rest.
I'm considering it. I'm at 48 HP right now. That's with
Ooh.
those 3 potions and my cure wounds. But I also have a
uh,
level of exhaustion, so... Oh. Is that...
16 hit points.
Okay.
Yeah, for both of us, or anyone who needs it in this circle.
I can hand you a smaller potion too.
Okay, now I'm up to 64, so I think
I'd say save your smaller. What's your max?
75.
75. We're close. I don't know. Do we just keep going and then pass off potions if we get into another fight?
I'll spend 2 hit dice.
Yeah, I think we save the potions. For
Okay.
getting someone up.
Okay. Sounds good.
Okay, just a quick check-in then. Augustine and Tebram are still no exhaustion. Rhoda and Arya have exhaustion, so disadvantage on all ability checks. I'm going to go ahead and just keep us moving into the city. What speed do you guys enter the city as you kind of pull yourself together? Zar is kind of constantly keeping his eyes on the city until you guys get up. He gets up as well with you and walks along with you. Kind of, it seems as if he's kind of walking alongside of you, taking your lead. Though you can't interpret himself, his facial expressions, his words, I think you can see the Zar that you know is still in there somewhere. It's not like he's lost his mannerisms, or it's not like he's a child necessarily. He just has lost the ability to connect, communicate in the way that you all know how. So as you enter into the city, I think you all see that same thing we had seen before. Augustine saw kind of this checkpoint almost on the city exterior, like just on your side of the bridge. So as you walk across the bridge, you see this bridge made of pure omnite. And what is crazy about this, and I think this is a theme that you see as your eyes glance upon the bridge, upon the walkway, upon the walls to the either side of the bridge itself, and then into the city itself, some way looks like this is all absolutely natural. This space is like it had come from the ground, and it's as if the rock had formed in this way. That's immediately what you notice on the ground, and as you walk across the bridge, you see this massive chasm beneath you. I don't think that currently you can kind of see deeper into it because there is kind of this layer of fog that is kind of deterring how deep this thing goes, but it seems, I'd imagine you guys take a little bit of caution, you take a little bit of steps across the bridge. It seems as if this bridge is secure. This is a very, I mean, Zarzaki can't really help you here, but I would say you would get the impression that this is a stable, safe thing to walk across. Go ahead and do me a survival check as you begin to walk into the city.
Great.
All of us are...
Up to you guys. You can
23.
make individual ones. What was that?
23.
Okay, so maybe Augustine, you're taking the way, noticing Rhoda's a little exhausted.
You better believe it. Giant sword in front of me.
I think you see maybe some scattered footprints of just barely dust that you see going toward into the city. I think you're able to very easily tell, and even by this point, Tekel had indicated that the massive explosion in the sky has centered toward the city center. I don't think it's difficult to see where the city center is. Caleb, if you could pull up the picture of the city one more time while we're entering into it. I think this just affirms the direction that you all are going as you walk forward. You walk into the space that is just, again, it's this combination of, it looks as if it's been formed intentionally, but also it looks as if it has been created in the way that it emanates shapes and sizes and feelings, and it's like a city, but it's not. And I think you feel, tense walking into the city. Go ahead and everyone do me perception checks, please.
6. I'm very precise.
Also
I think
6.
you're so focused.
I'm
You're so
so
focused on what's
focused.
happening in front of you.
Yeah.
14.
I'm just
Okay.
relieved my wife isn't cross-eyed.
I think anyone above a 10, you can, the most prominent thing that you hear is nothing. I think traveling down the path to get to where you are now, you had even heard in the distance, rocks crumbling, or maybe a distant, you hear maybe your footsteps, and you can hear footsteps here as well, but like the entire space is eerily quiet. Like you look around and you see no sign of any life as far as you can tell. The city, as you are walking, it feels out of place, but magical, but also beautiful, but also this doesn't make any sense. The architecture here is inhumane. None of these buildings look like buildings that you guys would be familiar with, and yet it does feel like this is an attempted building. It does feel like this is this is called the city. So presumably it would have essence of a city, would have life of a city, would have byways and paths, and you see elements of that, but it's just so far out of the realm of anything or any architecture that you would know. You don't know what this is meant to be. There are tall pillars, there are fantastic blends of structures, there are natural, years and years of degradation that has almost reinforced the omnite that is forming some of these pillars that are beautifully speckling this massive expanse. There are buildings, again, of form and factor, but not easily recognized as a room. Or is that a window, or is that a door? Is that a chamber, or is that meant to be a hallway? It's just difficult to see. Every single piece of architecture and object is like a set piece made out of Omnite, and I think you are all walking around slowly, looking around you, and as you look around and breathing in, there is the distant scent of ozone, an ozone that you had smelled previously, an ozone that is there that is like, it's faintly burning your nose, but I think the deeper you get into the city, you start to look around and you see there are little specks of Omnite floating around you, little specks of rock. And I think even you see Zarzaki do a little bit of a jump, and I think you all recognize as well that the gravity here seems lighter somehow. This city is defying what you know a space to be. So you guys continue, and you see that the gravity seems to continue to loosen the closer you get in. You maybe feel like you have a little bit more pep in your step. But maybe it's not the gravity, maybe it's magic around you, or maybe it's the essence of the Omnite crystals, or maybe it's just the beautiful splendor that you're in. But for all the created space, the other thing that you see, just as if you see like, oh, this is some alien structure that is gorgeous. You look over and you see almost as if like a neighbor that is unfinished its lawn. There are buildings that are in the process of being built. But again, there's no building materials, there's no structures, there's no like Omnite that has been carved into pathways. It's just like a building has been formed and there's a chop off. It's like a flat face. You see maybe stalagmites of Omnite that are coming down from the top parts of buildings that has formed out, and it's like they're trying to become the underpiece of buildings and connections, but they just turn into stalagmites instead. So it's just this wild space of contradictions. Is there anything that you guys do within this first half an hour, 45 minutes as you're walking forward?
Boy, no. Just looking out. Being not perceptive, I guess.
Yeah.
And what speed are you guys traveling? Are you traveling sneakily? Are you traveling normal? Are you traveling with a pep in your step toward the space that you know is central?
I mean, you're traveling on a giant, like, walkway, right? It's like a center main road, essentially.
Yeah, essentially a main road. You've left the bridge, and it looks like the city. It's almost like, as far as you could tell from a distance, it's like this giant cyclical island type thing connected only to the mall around it by bridges. And you are within the city proper. You are walking down what could only be described as like a main road, but also as you look over, maybe you see an edge and you see it go deep, you see it go high. Yeah, it's like a walkway within a city, but within a cave, but within a space that shouldn't exist.
I feel like Augustine would be walking at like a normal pace. If this is like the downtown and we're just out in the open, I don't know, he wouldn't be sneaking. I think he's just like kind of walking and looking around, ready for anything.
Okay. So you guys reach the 45-minute mark, the 50-minute mark. I think at the end of the hour mark, there is almost like this energetic pulse of this space. It's almost tangible. You almost see the rock that is floating next to your face wiggle a little bit. Everyone do me a wisdom saving throw, please.
The what? Rock wiggles? Wisdom save. Oh boy. 16.
8.
14.
Do we get
up all the time? Yeah.
the
Is
plus
anyone
5?
within the aura?
If you were within his aura, you do get it.
Okay, 13.
4, 5. Oh, okay.
Dirty 20.
21.
Okay. Arya, roll me a d6, please.
What
2.
Arya, you, as this wave comes by, there's this brief moment where I think the intensity and the craziness of everything that had happened over the course of the past day, 2 days, 3 days, you are a good leader. You know that you can lead these people, but stuff keeps happening. And something about this space has you thrown off, and suddenly you are under the frightened condition. You are suddenly struck with this deep anxiety in yourself. You're looking around, almost paranoid. And I think all of you can see, like, Arya for a brief moment, like, stops and ducks, almost as if the wave rolls over you and you are impacted by something that you haven't seen hit anyone else, but this feels like, I think intellectually you know this is not you, but deep within your soul, you are terrified.
Okay.
Is there anything that you'd like to do? Do you sit here as you watch Arya crumble in on herself, at least from the outside?
Are you saying anything, Arya? Or are you just kind of like, shh, like, what's going on?
I think probably like the last time she was terrified, she's sort of gonna fall back on her her training and just like weapon out, like just constantly spinning, looking at in different places, just acting like, you know, there's danger around every corner.
Major, are you okay? Did you see something?
What?
Are you okay? You're...
Yes, of course.
Okay.
I'm fine.
I think all of you, it's not hard to see the weapon shaking in her hand just subtly. Rhoda and Tebrim, the being that had just yelled at all of you, you see there's this fear, and I think Rhoda, you recognize, and even Augustine, you recognize some semblance of what you were impacted with. She is now impacted with in a different way. You are still able to move forward. You are not restricted from moving, but you are absolutely frightened in this moment.
I would like to be looking at Czar. Does he seem like at home? I'm just kind of worried that he's turned into one of them, so just trying to...
I think based on the insight checks that you guys have already done and discussed, it's basically impossible to read what Czar's emotions are.
Okay.
He is like it looks like he's tense, but like I think in this moment he's looking over at Arya, and if nothing else, he is watching what is happening. I think he's tense. It's almost like he's got some kind of mechanical thing in his hand, but like he kind of like looks around a little bit. Maybe he rubs his chest for some reason, but he's not doing anything out of the normal as much as you've seen him.
I guess he was like scanning Czar. I'd probably, hey, Major, it's all right. We've made it this far. You've gotten us this far. We're good. The missions, we're almost to the bottom, and we're good. We're gonna get back up to the top. Old Vigil here. We've got this. You'll get us out.
Okay. Are you all continuing to move forward toward the direction that you last saw?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm going to need another survival check.
Of course. Ooh, I like it. 24.
Cool. Augustine, I think you are ever reserved to focus in and bring that training that you have so many years honed yourself in on, and you, I think, are easily able to detect some kind of distant pattern. Even though it's alien, you kind of are able to sense the direction that you're going. Are you all going to move at the same speed that you were, or are you going to move faster? Are you going to move slower? What is it that you guys do as you continue to move in the right direction?
Does it look like we're getting closer to the center of the city? Like,
yeah, I mean,
have we
I
made
think with
pretty
that
good
check,
clip?
I think with that check that you made, you know that you're on the right path.
Okay.
I think occasionally maybe you pass a glimpse that allows you to see maybe the distant, like, still almost rotating center of the airborne particles. You know, at least the information that you've been provided, the Hellmouth carved a hole in the center of the mall. Presumably that's in the center of the city, and you keep seeing glimpses of like that in the far distance. Like you see, you come around an edge and you see just barely through a set of structures, like indications of the right direction. So I think, again, with that check, you feel very confident that you're going in the right way.
Unless anyone objects, I think we continue moving at the same speed. Quicker the better.
I think speed up if we can.
We want to speed up? All right, I say we
better,
start power walking.
Okay, so you guys are going to put a little bit of speed in you.
Yeah.
You are running forward. You're still stricken with this frightenedness, but I think you are having enough forward momentum. You are someone that is strong. You have an inner strength, and you continue to push forward through it despite this thing that is so telling your body that everything here is wrong. You guys move forward. You pick it up a little bit. Zar is able to keep up with you without too much problem. He's a little guy, but he's able to huff it behind you. Another half an hour, another 45 minutes. Augustine, you're able to take people in through. You're able to get around. You kind of catch a glimpse of the city center, but once again, a pulse comes across. I'm going to need another wisdom save from everybody.
Do we get a
25.
+5 on that?
I think at this point you guys had detected a pattern and would be close enough to Tebrim for his bonus.
19.
24. That's not good, is it, Ari?
9.
Oh, what?
Arya, can you roll me another d6, please?
Oh, no, Aria.
4.
No!
Okay. So you feel the frightenedness leave you, almost as if the pulse takes the negative part of your spirit and pulls it away. But I think an exhaustion settles over you. You're lucky. You already have disadvantage on ability checks. But even still, your arms feel heavier. The weight of your armor on your shoulders, or whatever it is you've equipped yourself with, it just feels so heavy. And there's a part of you that's like, okay, is this an effect of this space, or is this what I've truly been feeling for years and I've just not been able to reconcile with the fact that my body needs to breathe? Yeah, you already have a disadvantage on ability checks, so mechanically it's the same effect. That does not stack in any way. But you do feel this heaviness.
Okay.
You all look around. I think you see Arya kind of regain herself, but there is a deep, exhaustion in her face. Do you all move forward?
Yeah,
We're almost there.
I think Arya probably goes from being like almost bouncing around with anxious energy to dragging her feet. But yes, continuing moving forward.
All right. Do me another survival check, whoever's leading.
Okay. 30-20.
30-20. I think you were able to find the path, and again, this place is alien, but you detect, you are a hunter, you are someone who has committed your life to traversing spaces that you don't know. You are resolved to continue to push your friends through this. You are able to break out among buildings. About a half an hour in, you eclipse this space where there are buildings that have kind of crossed over and Omnite that is sticking up, and you continue to walk across the street, and then finally you come out almost on this balcony. And then everyone go and do me perception checks, please. Remember those that have disadvantage.
I got a natural
3.
20
Wow.
+1.
What roll, sorry? I missed it.
Perception, please.
14.
12.
Arya, what'd you get?
3, sorry.
Okay. Anyone above a 10, you see, as you broach this balcony, you see this massive hole. You have found the center element of the Hellmouth. It's almost as if whatever the beam of energy that pierced from the sky had entered into the city, and it's like lasers had cut the glass as clean and pristine as possible. There's no jagged edges to anything. It's like buildings that had essentially a disintegrated laser had come in and carved out a glass clean look around it. For those, I think only for Augustine, you see two other things. First, you see whatever made this hole had carved out this giant space. This massive stretch of the Hellmouth has revealed itself as, again, the city center. It's almost as if, imagine a giant pencil had been pierced into this space. All the buildings are flat and clean and circular, and then the bottom points down into this kind of upside-down triangle. And at the very bottom of the triangle, with that nat 20, you're able to see there's just a bit of mist floating, some of the Omnite dust, but it looks as if it's clean. The second thing you notice is that it's almost as if some of the buildings or elements of some of the buildings that had been destroyed or presumably cut away by this laser have started to regrow or reform or reconstitute in some way. I think if you had more time, you might be interested in going down there. But the most important thing that you see is just to the south and to the west, just inside the far lip of this kind of canyon entrance almost, there's this massive massive hole. It's like a giant room that's cathedral-like in its structure. If a cathedral was controlled by aliens in space, they had replicated a cathedral from Earth in their best way. Maybe one person had done a drawing and they replicated that drawing in some way that was absolutely funded by some unlimited resource. It's like a giant cathedral has been cut in half, and it is several layers deep from the top far ridge. I think with the checks that you've been getting, you have been getting very good checks. I think you would assume that this is in, near, or around the baptismal that you're looking for.
As we're moving forward, can I keep an eye out for the warden tent to see if the topsider has been making
that's a good idea.
Yeah, everyone, I think at this point, presumably you guys are moving toward what Augustine saw as he calls it out, yes?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
All right, so everyone, I think you're able to easily find your way down this path. I think the only thing that is going to cost you is time as you try to get close to this far lip. Everyone go ahead and do me a survival check. Survival, investigation, or perception as you're walking toward this lip. I assume you still have this hurried nature about you, but it seems as if you'll be able to get over there and climb down in some regard. So everyone go ahead and do me survival, nature, survival, investigation, or perception.
23.
11.
8.
Augustine, I think you are the true north of this party at this moment. You are finding the path, the exact path that the scout was traveling previously. The indicators of the shapes are still a little unsteady, but they are more determined, almost as if you are in this moment. You have seen an objective, and presumably the being that was here before you saw an objective and still wanted to document their path toward that goal. So you're able to easily follow that and get to the lip of the mouth. You guys, imagine you are 3 to 4 stories above this wide open chamber into the larger baptismal itself. How would you guys like to get down?
There's no stairs, correct?
It looks as if this baptismal has been hidden underneath multiple layers of structures and buildings. It's almost like a sub-floor chamber. You could traverse this giant hole that's been created and try to climb your way down. You could try to search for some kind of stairwell or connected source that would get you down into the place in the way it's designated to be. Both have their own risks and their own time commitments.
Too bad Tsar can't use his magic and we just fall down. Do you guys want to try to search for something, or would you rather... Is the terrain heading down, is it like a sheer, or is it kind of craggly where we would be able to have some grip?
I'd say you had seen the elements of... You having seen the elements of some of the walls starting to reform. It's got elements of formed character, I guess. So it's not like it's craggly, like it's not like it's been rock that's been broken. It's like rock that's been shaved to nothing and is now reforming its own space. And this close, you can, again, it just kind of echoes that essence of like, is this rock reforming what it was, or making a new shape out of what it was? Either way, there are elements of it going down. And because Tebrim, you had said something, you're welcome to try and communicate that wish to Czar in some way if you'd like.
Oh,
I don't know if it was Tebrim or Augustine. Whoever had mentioned.
It was Augie. Czar, do you think you could use your magic and get us down to the bottom safely? Remember, and I like make a motion, like a hand, running and jumping and safely falling.
I think he looks up and kind of like stares and is listening to you, almost as if he's turning his ear towards you.
Okay.
Do me another charisma check. I'm open to an offering of another skill check. I would just need to know what and why to try and help him.
Survival.
Okay. Yeah. You guys have worked together for a long time.
Because I really want to survive the fall.
Roll me your check.
Okay, 18.
18. Okay.
The only thing I'm good at.
I think you see Zarzaki throw something up in the air, and then he turns and jumps off the cliff.
Oh.
The cliff that we want to jump off of?
Correct.
Oh no! Did I?
Is he slowing down or is
Would
he
you like to look
free
over the edge?
falling?
I want to look over the edge real quick.
You see him, arms like this, and he's slowly resting down into the space below.
Okay. Shit.
You said slowly? He's going
He's
slowly?
What if he just cast it out
Okay.
himself, though?
You saw him
Gosh.
throw
what-
something up in the air.
Oh, that's right. Oh, and it slowed with him?
He threw something up in the air right next to you all and then jumped off the edge.
Remind me how far the fall is?
I would say probably 40, 50 feet, maybe 60.
Oh my
Depending on
god.
how far down
I'll
you get.
jump too.
Alright, I'm gonna jump. Let's do it. Just like the old days. And I just jump right on the edge.
I would wait a second to make sure they're slow before just jumping.
Zaz never let me down. Ooh.
Okay, so Arya, you jumping too?
Yes.
Okay. The three of you jump off. You see, it looks like the bottom of this, whatever giant canyon is probably 250 feet. There's that brief moment where you're going over the edge of a roller coaster, where your heart's in your chest, and then suddenly an invisible magic force catches you as you slowly settle down 20, 40, 60, 65, 70, and you land. You see them do this, Tebrim. Presumably, the casting of the spell was effective.
I'd follow them.
Okay, you do the same.
Never doubted you for a second.
I think you all can't help but notice how long Tebrim waited to join you, as a giant turtle just kind of like settles in right next to you all.
That's good.
As you all kind of catch yourself, you turn and you see that Zarzaki is just kind of like looking the other way, and you all turn, and Caleb, can I have a picture of this space, please? You see this massive cathedral-like chamber. It's
Sick.
gorgeous. It is amazing. It's something of fairy tale meets something that you could never imagine in your entire life. The structures of the space feel oddly familiar, but yet again, matching the same eerie unknown of the city itself. You are easily able to spy this beautiful glow of Omnite, and then it is impossible to miss a giant center pool with some kind of liquid within it. Also, sitting in front of the pool is a body,
Oh.
staring
no.
forward. It's on the edge of the pool.
Rip.
And you hear,
Oh, that's... We don't like that.
Can we tell from here what kind of figure this is? Is it humanoid? Is it... Can we see if it's like our warden person,
Yeah,
or
give me a
can we
perception
not tell
check.
from here? Right.
with disadvantage for you, I'm sorry to say.
Yes.
Please don't like strange singing, precious.
Oh, actually, that was a good roll. 22.
Even exhausted as you are, there's a hood up over this being, but there's something familiar about it, and you see kind of these two, pointed ears kind of coming up out of the back of the cloak. Presumably, this looks like your missing Warden scout. You just hear...
Arya's gonna walk up next to her, correct?
Yeah. Are you going to walk up quietly, or are you going to walk up normally?
Slowly, but not trying to sneak.
Okay. I think when you probably get in about 20 feet of it, it suddenly goes, and it turns around and you see the face of your missing scout member. This is indeed the person you've been hunting down. This is Adlin, a wood elf ranger, but there's something off about her. She kind of like looks forward. There's like a wide expression on her face, and she is like, She has in her hand a bow that she is kind of using to situate herself, and she is kind of like completely surprised that anyone else is here, and she is kind of looking on at you. Go ahead and do me some kind of, well, what do you want to do? As she turns and looks at you, she looks frightened, like she was not expecting anyone to be here.
I'm gonna make the warden salute.
As you do so, she goes, as she sees your hand kind of move, and she's starting to kind of like regain her footing as she is crawling back, and she is not getting in the water necessarily. It looks as if she was playing in the water with this bow. She was stirring almost the water with this bow, and she picks up the bow and she's starting to like, it looks as if she's about to run away from the party now that she looks up and sees this group of beings walking toward her.
Don't let her.
Are you going to let her go?
Don't let her run.
I'll put my hands out, sort of, like trying to be calming, and just sort of crouch down, not move any closer.
Okay. Are the rest of you doing anything, or are you just standing tight until Arya finishes what she's doing in this moment?
Yeah, stay in tight. What's Zar doing right now? How is he reacting to everything?
Zar is just like wide-eyed, like...
Okay, all right, he's a lot of help.
Do they look at all the same, like their condition? I think Zar's eyes were glowing at one point, or Adelin's eyes glowing or anything.
Go ahead and do me an insight check.
That's a 10.
Okay. I think it's really hard to tell, especially this far away from her. Like, I think if you put them right next to each other, maybe you could try again. But I think from this distance, it's hard to read anything other than the fact that she is frightened. Zar is paying attention to what's happening, but in a very Zar-like fashion, he is also taking in everything around him with an extreme curiosity. I think that's all you get from that check.
Okay.
When we tied him, Zar, up, did we, like, have a rope attachment so if he runs off, we could, like, hold him back, or is he just free?
We don't
You have
have a
not
leash.
specified that yet, so until you do so, he does not have a leash yet.
Okay.
Arya, as everyone is kind of like tensed around you, go ahead and do me just a flat charisma check to see if you can kind of calm her from
This is
the
a
running position.
disadvantage.
You got this, Arya.
Unless if anyone helps you in any capacity.
Can I?
Don't say that answer yet. Are you
Okay.
trying to help her in some way?
No, I'm not very charismatic. I'm a
Okay.
tiny gnome with a giant sword.
Okay. What did you get, Arya?
5.
A 5.
Oh man.
I think you have a very strong form, and I think she kind of scrambles and goes and starts to like stand up on her feet, and I think she is about to run unless anyone else does anything.
No. Stay. What's her name?
Adelin.
Aylin, stay. Don't leave us. We're gonna get you home. We're gonna bring you home. Don't run.
I think in hearing her name, I think there's a brief moment of recognition. Augustine, you do me a flat charisma check.
Okay. A dirty one.
Oh my god. So she sees this big imposing figure and is about to run, hears her name and looks around and see this small imposing figure and just goes, and she starts to book it. She starts to turn from you guys and book it.
Someone
Are you
shoot
just gonna let her
something at
go?
her.
I'm just gonna try to tackle her.
Okay. Yeah, go ahead and give me a
perfect.
contested grapple check.
Let's go.
I'd say athletics or acrobatics, I think in this instance. Whatever you'd like to do.
Okay, athletics still at disadvantage.
I would chase after them as well, as soon as they start running.
1.
Oh my god. No friggin' way. She looks
I don't
around
think I
and
rolled above
she
that
with
5.
she with this like bow cracks you across the face to defend herself and then just keeps running. Tebrim,
Okay.
I'm gonna say you're welcome to do one more, but we're gonna enter into initiative if you're not able to do anything to her on this moment. What do you want to do, Tebrim? You're able to kind of catch up
Stop
just in
her.
time.
Stop her.
Yeah, I would just tackle and jump.
Okay, yeah.
He's
do
a giant turtle.
Do me an acrobatics or athletics check. Contested against her.
Natural 1.
We are the worst at comforting. We should have let the woman do this.
She sees this massive turtle lunge at her, and she does the thing where you jump up, and she lands on the top of your head as your head smashes into the ground as you
Oh
take
my gosh.
2 points of damage as her body just forces your face into the ground below
Oh,
her.
she's fast.
And then she is going to run up over your shell and try to run kind of back toward the edge where the other two of you are. So she is going to move around Arya, move over Tebrim, and then is going to start to book it.
Is she running past me?
Yeah, at this point, she like booked it, smacked him, jumped over Tebrim, and currently is sliding down Tebrim's shell. I think you would have a chance to do something if you want.
Okay. Listen, I want to specify something. Okay? With the flat end of my sword, I want to hit her like a frying pan.
All right, do it.
Okay?
Yep.
Oh my gosh.
Non-lethal damage. I see.
Non-lethal damage, 19 to hit.
Yeah, that hits.
Frying pan Looney Tune style.
Yeah.
Dong.
So I think what you do is you just make this solid impact. She is terrified in this moment, but you smack her across the face, and you just see her, boom, 2 teeth fly out of her face as she then falls to the ground, face smacks into the ground as she is bleeding a little bit. She's only unconscious. She's not death saving, but that hurt.
Okay.
And I think you see her fall to the ground. There is she drops the bow next to you as well that she was holding. And I think the rest of you are able to get up and get around her. What is it you want to do in this moment?
I slide the bow away
down.
from her.
Would you like to do any kind of observation on the bow as you do so?
Yeah, sure, I guess. I mean, yeah, go ahead.
I think we should probably tie her up, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm pulling out rope.
Leash her.
So the bundle of you tie her up. Augustine, go ahead and do me either an investigation or Arcana or... Yeah, I'd say either of those. Investigation or Arcana.
All right. He grabs the bow, he looks at it, and goes, well, that's an ordinary bow, and throws it behind him because he rolls a 6.
Gotcha. Yeah, you check the bow out of the way. You guys are able to easily contain her. It looks as if she's deeply exhausted. She is... Like, it looks like she's probably not eaten in a while. In the course of days, it's been several, but also you guys have seen different effects impacting you guys down here. Presumably she has been impacted in a deep, soul-inflicted way. But it seems as if she still has some degree of sentience. So she's on the ground. She's tied up. What is it that you guys do now that you have this space? I think with your passives, you all kind of are able to look around. And once again, just like the top side of the city, this place is quiet. Now that she has stopped humming and running and smacking people in the head, this place in this room, this baptismal, is eerie. You see the water itself, just like mirror-like. There's no motion in the water itself.
I want to keep a hold on like the loose end of the rope, just in case she wakes up and starts moving.
Okay.
I would probably walk up to Adlin, was her name?
Mm-hmm.
Pump just 1 HP of lay on hands into her to see if that wakes her up.
Okay. Yeah, she suddenly goes, go ahead and do me a charisma check as you have this giant turtle that tried to attack her. Actually, do me with disadvantage, please, because you had just tried to lunge toward her.
19.
Whoa.
Nice.
I think she feels this energy come from your hands, and she's scared for a brief moment, but then she looks down with your hand kind of on her center of gravity, and she kind of like smirks and like looks around at all of you and maybe like quickly tries to get up on her hands. Are you guys tied? Have you tied her feet and hands or just her hands?
I was imagining both.
Okay. I think for at least a moment, Tebrim is able to kind of like convince her to be on your side. But as she takes a look down and sees that her feet are bound, she once again starts to wiggle and starts to get a little bit worked up again. Is there anything anyone would like to do as she begins to try and, work herself out of these ropes?
I would ask, are you okay?
She fails both of her checks to get out of the ropes. Go ahead and do me another charisma check, this time a flat charisma check.
14.
I think she kind of like squints her eyes and kind of kind of like takes a moment to breathe, and you haven't killed her yet, so presumably for a moment she is like maybe calm for a second. As calm as an animal might be in a cage that has been momentarily not eaten or attacked, but certainly bound. I think she's anxious, she's worried, she's scared, but she is looking around, acknowledging kind of the space that you all are in here. So she's, at least in the moment, kind of calm. Do me an insight check, Tebrim, now that you're this close. Go ahead and do me with advantage. I think you have tapping into a little bit of the energy you poured into her to receive something from it. 7 with advantage on an insight?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, she's like scared. She's a scared woman. She's got her hands tied, her feet tied. She looks exhausted. She looks hungry. She looks like she is not recognizing any of you. Not that she would have any reason to, but she is just scared, as far as you can tell.
Realizing she's hungry, I would hand her some rations.
Okay. Do you have her hands tied in front of her or behind her?
I was thinking behind, but I
You
don't know.
guys
I
are
was
thinking
also
hog-tied.
imagining
Okay.
behind.
I would feed
you
her some rations then.
Going to feed her?
Force feed, yeah.
Do me a charisma check with advantage. She goes,
23.
oh, and she kind of smells food, looks up at your eyes, darts down at the food, looks up at your eyes, just as like kind of like not viciously, but like an animal that's hungry is just chewing at the food in your hand and just kind of like licking her lips, getting every single crumb, maybe even licking your turtle hands, trying to get every crumb that she possibly can. She maybe smirks a little bit. I think she definitely looks like she's uncomfortable the way that she's tied, but she isn't doing anything else. I think Zarzaki at this point is kind of like looming over the water itself, looking on at the space, getting a view, almost as if he's like bent down looking at the water itself. Just to kind of keep things moving, is there anything else you'd like to do with her? And is there anything else you'd like to do with Tekel's request to pull something from the water? Or,
Yes.
now that you have the scout, are you pulling back?
What was her name again? Forgive me.
You're good. Her name is Adlyn, Adlynn.
I want to kind of like non-threatening, look down. Adlyn, did you meet a Tekel?
She doesn't really form any words. I think she's kind of looking you up and down to see if you have any food. I don't think she's really connecting what you're asking. There's not like a purchase there. Like, she's intelligent enough to be sentient, but she doesn't seem to have. What is your
I'm
insight
trying.
bonus?
Oh, my insight bonus? Ooh,
Yeah.
Let me see here. Not great. Just a +1.
I mean, so passive of 11. So I think you have enough recollection to just be like, there's something going on in there, but it's not much.
Okay.
Again, I think you can see it's like she's a hungry animal. That's like what you're getting from her.
Can I give her a little water?
Yeah, she takes it. I think seeing Tebrim kind of allow you into the space, even though she was a little scared of you, now she recognizes maybe she wasn't. You know, it's like you're taming a dog, almost some dog that's hungry and lonely on the street, and you give it water and you give it food. And she seems to be warming up to you, but again, I think she struggles a little bit with her bindings. She almost gets her feet loose, but she kind of sprains an ankle as she does so, and just kind of glances out briefly, in pain. She doesn't seem to be comfortable, but she's giving you guys enough space to be in her zone.
What happened to Kithra, Adlyn?
I think there's maybe a briefest glimpse of something in her eyes, and then it disappears. And she struggles once again with her bindings.
Okay. So, Major, what should we do here? Do we need to pull something from... Did it look like... Well, I guess I don't know, because I didn't roll that high on the bow, so never mind. I'm not going to ask that question. Should we pull a sample from the well, the baptism, or Tekel?
Yeah, I think it's at least best not to anger Tekel.
Could we maybe take a couple, could I pour out Zarzaki's water skin?
Well, we do have a few healing potion vials, right?
Oh, he gave us the zit, right? The pimple.
He gave you
Yes,
the giant fleshy water bag.
The
thing.
fleshy water
Yeah.
bag.
which
okay.
I think I was holding on to.
All right.
But you're certainly welcome to.
I would
make
like to
space for-
take. Yeah, unless anyone wants to stop me, I think we should take a pimple sample for Tekel and a sample for us as well, in whatever other skins we have.
Can I go to the pool and before he reaches out to touch it, just cast Divine Sense? It's a
Love it.
paladin feature.
Yeah.
Love that.
Yeah.
Paladin me.
Lord, what do you think he senses as this pulse of holy energy emanates from his body right next to this ominous source of liquid in the ground?
Nothing.
Okay. What do your gods tell you, Tebrum?
I'm not able to find anything wrong with this.
Okay, I think with that, Augustine would set the fleshy pimple inside of it first, and whatever the collection method is for the fleshy pimple, and fill it up.
Yeah. So there are several ways to fill liquid into something. You can, submerge it with your hand. You can let it rest on top. You can, put it on something. Like, how is it that you collect the water in this moment? Are you getting into the water? Are you just barely touching it? What is it that you're doing to collect water in this
What does it
space?
smell like?
Do me a perception check.
You sure not survival?
You can do a survival check.
Perfect, thanks. 17.
Nothing.
Listen, you beg and borrow, go for it. But yeah, you smell and you sniff, you get close. You
sniff
see
nothing.
Zarzaki is also kind of mirroring you and sniffing.
Thanks, sorry. Yeah,
Nothing.
I don't know if I want to put my hand in there, so I
might mention you probably, if nothing else, get the sense that this looks like literally just water.
Okay.
It looks like water.
Yeah.
All right.
Clear water.
Screw it. I'm going to take my metal hand with the pimple and I'm going to dip it in real quick and try to fill it up. Like, you submerge, a bottle in a lake in the water, flows into the fleshy pimple.
Yeah. So you take your arm, you take this fleshy giant pimple, you submerge it into the water, and you feel the water start to fill up this thing. But as you do so, your arm freezes up.
Oh, man.
There is a magical essence to the core of your arm, and as your arm, which is connected to yourself, impacts the water, all magic as if some kind of energy drain departs from your person. You are not an inherently magical being, but this arm that Zarzaki crafted for you is of magical origin. Your arm freezes in place. You now have disadvantage on all attack rolls because you can no longer wield with the strength of two arms. You are lucky. You do not feel as if you had any magical connection previously outside of that element, so you do not feel anything more than that, but you do very clearly sense almost this draining of... It's not life essence, but it is something, a greater connectedness that before Zarzaki's help you had never really felt. Zarzaki's magic leaves you entirely. In fact, all magic that you could ever sense leaves you entirely. Along with it, you do sense a bit of relief. The sickness that had grasped your body alongside the magic seems to be drained from you. You're able to fully fill this flesh water bottle, but you pull your arm out and it is stuck in place. It's like a prosthetic that has one form. You can't bend it. You can't move it. You are grasped. It's like your arm is grasped. You're able to lift it by the kind of where your original arm was cut off.
Okay.
But it is like a solid death grip on this flesh water bottle.
Fleshy
For some
pimple.
reason, I have arrived at. I think that is absolutely, despite your lack of magical connectedness, you feel that essence ring true in your body. I think as you all watch on, you don't see anything more than Augustine dip his hand into the water. Maybe him tense up. I think, Rhoda, you would know him the most. You see him tense up and a bit of sweat appear on the back of his neck. Augustine, you stand up. It's up to you to communicate what you'd like.
I think he would like slowly turn around, and it like the pimple is stuck in my hand. I can't even open my fingers, right? Correct?
Yeah, it's like a full water bottle has been filled. Like you've got a Camelback just in your hand, but it's kind of like your hand is clenched around it, tightening up on its top. You could try to pry it free, but you have lost control of your hand.
My arm, it's stuck. I dipped it in the water. It won't move. My arm, it won't move. And
you see
like,
Zarzaki
like,
comes over and he has this little like metal hammer. Ding 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 ding.
Yeah, Zar, it won't move.
Ah!
And I think Augustine, like probably for the first time, he's a pretty even-keeled dude. Nothing really bothers him. Like this, there is like you said, there's like sweat. There's a little sweat. He can't move his left arm.
It is odd because the sickness that you have been plagued with these past couple of days, it feels like you suddenly just had the perfect cup of tea and now it's flushed out of your body. But it's contrasted by the very real physical impact that you're feeling.
I don't know.
Could I go and like look at his arm to see if it would be anything that my physician's touch could heal?
Yeah, you can do a medicine check, investigation check, anything else that you could justify.
I think before she walks over, I like look at her like, Rhoda, don't touch that water. No one touch whatever that water is.
Okay, that's a 12, and then I can add a d4 with my, what is it? Something, I have something that I can add a d4 to. What is it? Well, it only added 1. So 13.
I mean, I think this is not something that you've seen before. It looks as if his arm has just fully locked up. It doesn't look... I mean, Augustine, I imagine there's some kind of glow or maybe mechanical or
I
like
think
a
we've
steampunk
said
effect.
Yeah, it's like a steampunk. There's fire on the inside. So I would imagine as I like dipped the water and there was probably like almost like a steam sound, like, and
Yeah,
it just powered down into place.
Yeah, I think, Rhoda, that's probably what you see in this moment. As you look then, there is yet another pulse as we are nearing hour number 3. Everyone do me a wisdom saving throw, please.
Oh, no.
Except for Augustine.
Oh.
You feel this pulse ride over you, and it's almost like this residual, like, tensing as you can kind of feel this energy coming, but nothing happens. To you, Augustine. I heard 10 from Tebra. 25.
10
Nice.
from me.
10 from Rhoda. Okay.
Does Adolin seem affected?
It looks as if she is unmoving.
Throw Adolin
She doesn't
in.
really seem to respond necessarily.
I think she's probably already touched it. She was already playing in the water.
So go ahead and roll me a d6, Tebrim.
2.
You see this magical essence get, or you see the after effect of this magical essence get ripped from your friend. And I think there is a deep fear within you because there is so much of your personhood now that the shadow is gone that is centered around the essence of who you are, who the person is that you are within yourself because of magic, because of your faith, and because of your connection. And I think there's a fear that you could lose so much in this space. And I think you are absolutely stricken with a fear. Excuse me. That was a wind-up. You are frightened for the next hour. And then you see Zarzaki begins to babble. As long, I think by this point, you guys can sense the longer you stay here, the more these effects will wash over you. Rhoda, I also need you to do another d6, please.
As they're doing that, would I be able to, with the fleshy pimple, now that Augustine is like got his thing, could I pour the water from the fleshy pimple into another water skin? Because we did want to get more.
Yeah.
Unless someone wants to stop me, can I just like try to re-dip my broken arm in there? I feel like this is like a mission thing to like bring this back to the surface and have people look at it.
Yep. Go ahead and roll me a d4 to see how many vials you can fill safely, and then Rhoda, go ahead. What's your d6?
That was a 6.
Roll one more time for me, please.
5. Again.
I am so sorry. You drop unconscious.
Oh my
Every single time. It's
So you
amazing.
see that Tebrim is frightened. Arya, you see the same effect that had impacted you, overwhelmed Tebrim. You see Zarzaki is babbling to himself in the corner. You see Rhoda fall back, and then you kind of just see the other members of your party here. I think at this point, you know the longer you stay here, the more this threat will continue, and who knows if it will get worse. What
I
do you
got
guys
2
do?
water skins.
Okay. So
we gotta get out of here.
You have two beyond the pimple. So you have 2
Okay,
personal
so-
water skins. Make sure you just know where those water skins are, who has them.
Yep. Okay. I'm gonna hand one to Tebrim.
Augustine, do me a
Actually,
survival check.
no.
Make sure
I'm
it's
not gonna hand
completely
it.
dry.
Yeah, I'm not gonna hand it to Tebrim. I'm just gonna keep both of them on me.
Actually,
Okay.
I'm probably relatively safe to hold one if necessary.
I'm just gonna keep them. I don't want anyone else touching. I feel like Augustine would just put them on in his bag.
Okay.
And then we got to figure out how to get Rhoda out of here now.
Augustine, go ahead and do me a survival check or perception check. Arya, that extra level of exhaustion now leaves you. You seem to kind of regain your consciousness, and I think there's an element of you, despite the tension that you had recently had, you see members of your team going down. I think you snap out of the thing that was gripping you. Augustine, what do you roll? And then Arya, you could help Augustine look for a path out if you'd like.
17. Not my best work.
I would like to assist.
Yeah, please,
Okay.
please.
Augustine, give me advantage, please.
Thank you for that. 19.
Okay. I think that you see there's of course the way that you came in. You guys did not connect any kind of rope, so it's going to be very difficult to get every single member of your party up, especially considering one of them is unconscious, one you're having a trouble communicating with, one is hogtied and barely has a connection with you. You do find a stairwell on the opposite side of the left, or I would say the northeastern of the room, as well as the northwestern of the room. There seems to be a staircase that leads somewhere. You're certainly welcome to move people toward that direction if you'd like.
I would look at Arya. Knowing this water potentially clears the effects, do we give it to Zar? As someone who's connected to magic, I know that's a hard trade-off, but I think his life matters more.
Oh, you're muted.
Thank you. I don't think I should be the one to make that choice. He is not my friend.
But he is under your watch. I mean, we have 2 water skins. We could technically give it to Rhoda to wake her up right now and Zar. But we
Is
run the
Rhoda
risk.
unconscious, like breathing, just out again? Okay.
Correct.
Gosh.
Unless if you guys are sticking around and going to risk being here longer, you will need to make a decision soon if
Okay.
you want to get any motion going.
How do we meet with Tekel if we go the other way?
Well, you're saying if we go the staircase?
Yeah.
Well, it'll likely lead to somewhere that we can still get back out the way we came from.
Whichever way you would like us to go, Arya, we'll go.
You could pick up the unconscious member of your party as well as the scout. That will cause half speed for whoever's carrying.
Okay.
We have Alfred.
Yeah. Do we have Alfred?
Do we have Alfred?
I would use a second level spell that might be worth it.
We could carry all 3 of them if we wanted to.
It takes 10 minutes to cast.
Ooh.
Would you like to start moving and casting? I would allow that if you'd like. Unless you're
I
doing
just-
anything else with the water.
Are we giving Zara the water?
If no one has any objections, I'll say yes.
Okay. We give Zar the water, one of the water canteens. And
Okay,
we're
are
going to
you
move
pushing
to the
Zar
stairwells.
in? Are you giving him the canteen? What's going on?
Should we just push him in? Dunk his head in?
Maybe
Yeah,
just-
I'm going to dunk Zar's head in.
Do me a contested athletics check.
This sounds fun. Contested athletics. Okay, first one. That would be with disadvantage? Or how do you roll contested? Sorry, Zach.
Yeah, you can do straight, just flat. You're rolling
Okay.
one, he's rolling one.
Oh, okay, got you. Sorry. 1, 2, 3. 26.
26. You kind of take him, he goes, "Ngah, ngah," and then he comes out and goes, yes, yes, yes. What did you do, friend? Yes, 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 yes. We're back.
So,
We're
yeah,
back.
you're back. We.
What the fuck? What happened to my magic? No!
Yeah, well,
No!
listen. Yeah. It was
And he's
either
gonna
that.
slap you across your face.
Oh, gosh.
No! You're an asshole!
No,
What the fuck?
It was either that or you were going to be walking around mute for the rest of your life, not knowing who people were.
We're gonna talk about this later.
That's fine.
Let's get the hell out of here. And he's gonna start with his door feet kind of running and trying to like check his bags, and he is trying to resolve with the fact. Sorry, Matt, I didn't know this was gonna happen. He's trying to resolve with the fact that he is the magic has left him. This is a magical being, and he has lost all of his magical abilities. So he starts to run, and he's pulling out things in his pack and trying to tinker with different things as he is running. So you guys start to run, and are you you're gonna summon Alfred as we go?
Yeah.
I don't know if it's...
You don't think it's worth it?
You still have
Worth it.
Rhoda unconscious, and you still have your scout friend.
I think we can untie the scout.
Okay. Do we want to pour water on the scout?
Does she look wet at all? Like, does she look like she has touched the water?
No.
I dunk her in.
Do me a contested athletics with advantage.
$26 again.
You take this hog-tied poor girl and dump her into the water. You pull her back out. She goes, "Nya! Ah! Ah!" You see, there's a little bit of like freshness that comes in back in her eyes, but it doesn't seem as if she doesn't seem to gain any more sentience than what she had before. Like there's a bit of like color that returns to her skin and a bit of a breath of freshness, but she does not seem to be recovering. She just seems to be kind of wet, and maybe it was a refreshing dip, but beyond that, it doesn't have the
Okay.
same effect that Zar did. What are you
Okay.
doing with Rhoda? Are you all traveling?
Yeah.
I guess I will cast. Start casting Find Steed.
Okay. So you guys start to travel. I think just for the sake of time and expediency, we are able to quickly travel up the stairwell. It's a fairly straightforward stairwell that kind of gets you to more or less the same layer. You're up a layer or so, but you're able to kind of get to that space. Are you trying to go back the way that you came, or are you trying to just get out of this city? I think that at this point, you know, the longer you stay here, the more you will continue to have to make these checks. What is the direction you're going?
Get out of the city. Do we just go back the way
Just
that we
the
came?
fastest way, or the way that you know?
I don't know if we want to give to Kel what he wants.
Why would you say that, Tebram? What do you think you could use it for?
I don't know.
Guys, yes, I think we should just get out of here. We have what we have. We have the skill.
right.
Let's just get the hell out of here.
I would look at Arya to see what...
Fastest way or the way that you know. Those are your options.
Fastest way.
Fastest way.
I think you're
Okay.
right. Let's not give the thing to the squid.
You guys get to the top of the
yeah.
stairwell, and by this point, Tebrim resummons Alfred. Alfred goes, "No, but, sir, where are we?" I assume you chuck Rhoda on Alfred's back.
Yeah.
Yes.
Maybe you would
and I
help.
slap his ass.
You help your scout friend and put. I think the scout at this moment has enough trust to follow you. And Alfred goes, "Oh my butt, very well, sir." And he just kind of. So you guys are gonna. I'm gonna say you're gonna book it at this point. I'm
Yeah,
gonna
let's
need
get outta
Augustine.
here.
Let's do 2 survival checks as you run. I don't know if anyone's helping you, but let's get 2
Assisting.
survival checks and start. We'll go from there.
All right, first one was a 17, and the
Okay.
second one is 21.
Awesome. So what I'm going to say is because you guys took the faster way, you're going to be able to get out quicker. However, I need 2 more wisdom saves from everyone, except for Augustine and Czar and Adlin.
What about Rhoda? She's unconscious.
But you did not dip her in the water, correct?
Correct.
Yeah. So she's
still gonna get it.
being unconscious. I'm going to say she wakes up after the first one, so I'll just need 1 from Rhoda.
She's gonna fall
As
unconscious
we're
again.
moving, would I be able to hand a longsword to Augustine, realizing he can't wield a 2-handed weapon, or not as efficiently?
It's up to you. I will still allow you to use your weapon. It'll just be every attack with disadvantage. You're welcome to take a longsword and eliminate that disadvantage, but it's up to you.
I appreciate it, Tebrim, but the sword stays with me.
Okay. 10 on the wisdom save for the first
10
one.
for me as well.
Okay.
7 for me.
Oh my gosh. I'm going to need Tebrim and Arya to roll a d6, please.
4.
5. Oh no.
Arya drops to her knees and you've reached the first checkpoint. Tebrim, you have disadvantage on ability checks as you are racked with a tension in your body as you are further exhausted. Your arms are heavy. And then, I'm sorry to say this, Caleb, can you tell Rhoda what she feels? On your
What did
fourth,
Rhoda roll?
A
She
10?
rolled a failure. This is her 4th failure within the city.
Oh.
As you continue running forward with your party, you notice your limbs begin to feel lighter, as almost you were shedding heavy armor after a long day. Your gait softens with each step as you move forward and then upward. You begin to drift up into the air, but feel no strong breeze. You look down to catch your step, but are surprised to see your own body crumple to the ground beneath you. The world around you shifts. Solid, familiar shapes of rock and desert dissolve into shadowy outlines, dull and lifeless. The walls, the ground, and even the air itself seem to lose their substance, becoming mere silhouettes against a vast, dark void. Only the omnite crystals retain their vivid blue glow. But your friends, they are something else entirely. Where you once saw faces, bodies, familiar forms, you now perceive a chaotic mess of constantly shifting shapes. Countless incarnations of each friend whirl around themselves, spiraling, merging, and splitting in an endless dance of formlessness. Their essence seems to fold in upon itself, revealing layers and dimensions you can scarcely comprehend. Your own body, however, is absent from this chaotic symphony. It lies there, motionless, a dark, empty vessel in a sea of movement. It feels alien to you, distant, like something you once knew but now struggle to recognize. A cold detachment settles over you, severing the final threads that bind you to your sense of self. Your emotions, your memories, your very identity, each one unravels, dissolving into the darkness that surrounds you. The fear, the confusion, all the turmoil you felt moments ago begins to fade, replaced by the calm of the void. The voices of your companions become distant echoes, barely discernible through the fog that clouds your mind. Their concerns, their pleas, their very existence seems inconsequential now, as if they belong to another world entirely. And then there is peace, a deep, profound silence that envelops you like a warm, comforting blanket. The need to return, to reclaim what was once yours, evaporates. You drift, weightless, untethered, through this strange realm, content to let it go, to wander aimlessly in the quiet of this new, boundless existence.
And if I may add, as your soul, or your spirit, your personhood experiences this death of ego, you see this path as all of what Caleb described occurs. You see on the path the same blue, spirit-like outline of your brother. He looks at you, smiles. He says, "You did so good, Rhoda. I think you've deserved peace for a long time." He holds out his hand, and you take it as the darkness envelops you. Augustine, you see Arya drop. You see Rhoda stop moving. Alfred, who's running forward, recognizes his master also stopping. You think you have an idea of the direction that you could go to get out of the city limits. It's just a little bit further, but you now have at least 2 more bodies unconscious or unmoving or affected. Zar skids to a stop. He goes, "What the hell? Rhoda! Rhoda! Augustine, what's going on?"
Is this like a different unconscious?
Give me an insight check. Tebra might say that Augustine runs toward Rhoda. Zar is helping
19
with Rhoda. Do you do anything with Arya? Are you trying to get her on Alfred? Are you trying to pick her up? What are you trying to do with Arya's body? It looks as if this is the same kind of affliction that Rhoda has been impacted with previously, of unconsciousness. What she's experiencing now is different, but Arya...
previously had... Oh, my bad.
You're good. Go ahead.
We previously had Rhoda and Adlin on the back of Alfred.
Yeah. Rhoda kind of comes to consciousness, rolls off, and is about to run, and then she just stops, dead-eyed, looking forward.
Oh.
While Augustine is looking at Rhoda, I would ask Adlin, "Can you go on your own? We need Alfred for these 2 people."
Do me a charisma check. Just you can do this with advantage. And while you're doing that, you're 19. This looks very similar to Adlin. She's gotten less time to
Rhoda.
do what Adlin has been doing.
Rhoda.
She
I
is
kind of
blank
like
stared.
shake her. Rhoda.
She looks forward. She's not making eye contact with you. You're just shaking her shoulders as she looks forward. Miranda, Caleb, actually, could you send her the details of this condition? Yeah, that's what you see happening.
Rhoda. I see, like, in the background, I'm probably seeing Tabram trying to, like, get Arya up there. And I think, like, it's, like, sinking in with Augustine what is happening. Like, he sees it in her eyes. I pick her up and I get her. Is Adlin hopping off the horse right now?
What is your check, Tebran, for convincing her
23.
to move? Yeah, I think she sees the only other girl here, and there's like a brief like an animal recognizing another hurt animal, and she drops off. At this point, have you cut her bounds? Is she kind of able to walk on her own? Okay, I think she senses it and kind of like a little hunched back, but I think she recognizes what's happening and is willing to move. She gets out of the way as you heft Arya. I'd imagine Arya's kind of like over Alfred's back at this point. Yeah.
Yeah, I would probably try to get Rhoda, like, situated on top of Alfred if she lets me.
Okay. I mean, she has no resistance. She doesn't do anything.
I get Rhoda on top and, like, look at her just like, hold on. Hold on. And then I look at Tabram and should we pour the water on Arya to wake her up?
I don't think so. We don't know the side effects of this water. Arya should wake up. We've seen people go unconscious like this before and wake up an hour later.
Correct, the first time.
Yeah,
Would
Arya.
we as characters realize that?
Okay.
I think that you have identified the effects of the maw impacting you guys in these hourly ways. The effects of the pool and then the effects of whatever Zar did. It seems to be those are three different effects that are now rotating around. The water seemed to release the effects that you would think Arya is undergoing, but meanwhile, Rhoda shares the same effects of Adolin, and you dunked Adolin. So, by context, you could assume that Rhoda could not be impacted by water, but Arya could potentially, with the potential risk of magic loss.
Whatever that magic loss is.
I don't think we risked it.
Okay.
If we need Arya in the moment, then we will, but let's try on.
Then okay, let's book it out. We got to get out of this city. Let's go.
Yep.
Okay, so I'm going to preserve the check that you had already done. You load up 2 creatures onto Alfred and just continue to book it. You do successfully pass. You see the bridge on a different side coming around the corner. I do need one more check from those that are currently conscious and active before we get outside of this.
19.
Augustine, Rhoda, Zar, and Adolin do not need to do so. So pretty much Tebrim and Arya. So Arya, you kind of gain this awareness once again. You're a little sick to your stomach, but then you get hit with this pulse just as you see the edge of the bridge coming forward. So Tebrim and Arya, wisdom saves.
21.
Come on.
Over 20, 23.
Awesome. All right, I think you both have been impacting this. You, by sheer will and force, push yourself. You all run across the bridge. Alfred is pulling you all ahead. I don't know if you're staying on Alfred, but you guys are able to kind of get up over this next round of ridge. It seems as if there's almost these ridges that have been built on this side just as the other side was built. You guys are able to get over on the other side, and you kind of feel that initial hopeful blue eerie pulse. What had previously been potentially this beautiful alien mystery has now been this fearful thing that might have taken some of the most important essences of you. You guys clear the ridge, and I think you sense the worst of this danger is gone. As you round the ridge and gain your attention, you look forward, and there is Tekel waiting for you.
Friends, yes? You survived the city just as I had anticipated. Did you bring what the Kel asked for?
That city was wild. You should really go visit it sometime. It's an absolute party.
Tekel has lost many friends to the city. He does not ever wish that again. If you have what he needs, he may never need to worry about it again himself.
You know what this water does.
Tekel does not, but he believes this will help turn this tide. Tekel has waited a long time for this water. In Topsiders, you have proved yourself worthy. You have it, yes?
Can you help us?
How can Tekel help you? He
Our
had already
friend-
promised you a way out upon successful retrieval of the water. So if you have it, he will help you out. If you do not, you need to go back in and find it. This is our agreement.
I look at Arya.
Tekel simply wishes the water. We do not need anything beyond that. Tekel will help you.
Will you help our friend get his powers back?
Tekel is not omnipotent, but he will do whatever he can to examine this situation.
I think it is the best choice. Can I get a read on Tekel just
Do me an
one
insight
more
check.
time?
Yeah.
Okay.
You both are welcome to do me an insight check. Anyone
Yeah.
that's awake and not
Yeah.
brain dead.
Remember disadvantage.
He's obviously
if you have
has some type of magical ability, right? Because he was speaking to us telekinetically
Yeah, I mean, he
earlier,
clearly
correct?
has some psychic capabilities.
Do I
And
still
the
have
fact that he was
disadvantage?
able to find you, like, I mean, this is, you do not. You have left the city. You have the last effect only lasted for an hour.
Okay.
unless you have a level of exhaustion.
Yes, correct.
Ugh, Tekel.
And I remarkably got a 23.
Oh my
amazing.
gosh.
Disadvantage.
14 for me.
Okay, so Augustine, I think you sense a subtle desperation. Like, he doesn't seem to be lying. I think he's just undertoned with some sense of worry. And I think Arya, I think you sense that, but to a greater degree. Not that it is easy to sense the space of this eyelidless creature, but like its eyes are big. There's a tenseness to its structure, and I think he is just so deeply convinced that this water is going to benefit him that like he's almost asking in desperation. Like, he believes that the city is against him. There is an enemy that is real. That this is the solution that he's been waiting for who knows how old this being is. So I think there's an earnestness to it, but I think there's that also like undertone of like, I have to get this no matter what.
So basically,
Walt-
we're in danger if we don't give it to him.
I
Is
think
what
you
I'm
get
getting
that
from
sense. I don't know if anyone else picks anything up beyond that, but also it's this huge spider-like octopus creature in front of you looming. Now, so far, it is still kind of keeping its form tight. Like, I think it wants to give the impression where it's not here to dominate you. It is here out of desperation. But I think you specifically get the impression that it'll do what's necessary if you don't cooperate.
I'm gonna say we will give it to you, Tekel, but first you should know there was no one in that city.
Okay. I think
The enemy is trickery. It is unknown. It is manipulation of all that is right. It is a twisting. It is a bending. It looks as if your friends have been negatively impacted, as some of Tekel's friends have before. The enemy may be hiding or something else of deception. But now you see their true ability. The unknown. The power they are capable of. You see that now, don't you? That is all Tekel is trying to stop.
While he's talking, can I go behind Augustine and try to grab one of the small vials of this water?
Yeah, do me a sleight of hand check.
I wouldn't try to hide it from Augustine. It would just be like a...
What
Are you
you
trying to hide it from Tekel, though?
Probably. I
Then
rolled
yeah,
a
sleight
3.
of hand check. Yeah.
okay?
Tekel immediately looks over to you.
Ah, you have vials for yourself. Tekel does not blame you. Tekel will not stop you as long as you give him his vial. If we can be allies in this, then by all means, use it. But please.
And I think this is a desperation, but an earnest plead.
Please. Just give Tekel what he's asked for. You have done so good. Tekel wants to be with you.
I'll nod towards Augustine.
I shake my head no.
Arya, how do we know he won't use it against the people we're protecting above us?
Right now, I think we need to take that risk.
Arya and who else is on the horse?
I think Arya at this point has gained consciousness, is able to get off. I think you probably have, unless otherwise needs to be changed, you can probably do this while they're talking. It would be Adlin and Rhoda currently on the horse.
Tekel, I'm literally holding the fleshy pimple thing in my frozen hand. So,
Yes.
we have your sample. I'm not sure I trust you that you won't and your people will not use this against the topsiders that we love so much. And how can we have assurance that your people, when you're not finished what is in that city, will not come to the top side?
This place. What do you call it? What do you call the place that we live in? Do you have a
The
name
mall.
for it? The mall. We are here. This is our home. We are here to defend and push back. And if topsiders do not give reason for us to push back, we have no reason to counter. Why would we dominate if we have a land that is ours? We just need to purge it of this enemy. They are the ones you should be worried about.
I look
Can
back
I
at
have-
Arya. Go ahead, Taylor.
Can I walk up and hand Arya the vial I grabbed from Augustine?
Sure.
Is this the big one or the small one?
The small one.
Bummer. Okay. You did notice it was in Augustine's hand as you grabbed it. He had it hidden behind his back in his hand, like ready to throw it as you were holding on to it.
Didn't you
I
have
think
two?
You have two, so you give
Oh,
one
okay.
to Tebrim, and you have the other one behind your back.
Dope.
Well, Who
Okay.
has the who has the pimple?
The
Augustine,
pimple
right?
is still in my hand. Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll nod to Augustine again.
Tekel puts a giant tentacle out towards you, trying to very gently, without speed, without force, just opens its tentacle towards you. You see this massive, fleshy appendage just reach out. There are like the littlest, almost like, you know, like on spiders, there's those tiny hairs that are just on the edge, almost seems to have some kind of tension that it is waiting for you to just hand it over.
Before I hand it over, does it look like there's any other creatures around him
Your
in the
perception check.
distance?
That's an excellent question.
That's a natural 20.
Amazing.
nice.
You look around and you do not, you hear, now that you're out of the city, you hear again the distant crackle or maybe a distant noise, but you do not see anything immediately around him in this space. You are kind of in like this wide open stretch. It almost seems as if almost maybe not a ruined battlefield, but it's like an outpost that's been kind of deconstructed and kind of decommissioned. And it's just kind of this giant field that its hill that you crossed over is obscuring the city so that Tekel can feel safe in this space. You do not see anything else around him.
If I give this to you, do you promise to help us get out of here and help our friends?
Tekel has said it before, but if you need it again, you give this to Tekel, and he helps you be free. If the top side is where you go, he will protect you. As long as there are no tricks from your side, you have only shown Tekel loyalty. So he has no reason to believe otherwise. So he offers the same to you.
I begin to like move my body closer to the tentacle because I can't hold out the pimple. My arm doesn't work. You're gonna have to take it from me.
Tekel truly is sorry for the loss that you have sustained. He can sense it. But this will be for the best.
So he goes down to grab it. You let him take it.
I let him take it,
And I,
looking at Arya the whole time. Good soldier, good soldier, good soldier.
Okay. He picks it up and he kind of like examines it. He almost like sticks it in the air, almost like a holy item. He kind of like holds it and then he is like fully focused on it. And he says,
Tekel needs a moment. This is historic for his people. The path behind Tekel, he can take you back to the surface.
and then you kind of see him kind of like, you know, like a spider that's turning something up, like it's about to like take a bite from it. He kind of indicates for you all to pass if you want to. He is just taking in this moment, and I think Arya riding off that check this is what he believes has been needed. This is like purely a moment of maybe victory or something that he has needed for so long. Not that this being can cry, but like in a way, like its tentacles are just pulling together this moment of finally. It almost like puts it up to offer some kind of prayer. You hear him audibly speak in the same language that you had heard other beings speak in before in the mall itself, almost as if he's doing a prayer under his breath. He kind of indicates for you guys to go around as he is doing this. He takes this moment. Do you go around him, or do you stay and just kind of watch him do this ritual type moment?
I would look at Arya. Can you get on Alfred?
I will get on Alfred.
Son of a bitch.
Then you have the vial, and we'll take off Rhoda.
As you're doing this, he slowly lifts this pimple thing down to its mouth. Its tentacles kind of part, and they're slowly crumbling around this pimple as he consumes it. It's almost like this, I don't know, a bun or maybe a gusher in a way as he's consuming this thing, and like you hear this squelching noise. Is there anything, would you guys like to move around him as he does this? Or are you guys staying put just watching?
So hang on, let me get the lay of the land here. He's in front of us. Arya, are you climbing on top of Alfred right now?
I am on Alfred.
So he's not paying attention to you guys in any way right now. He's
Rhoda
fully engaged in this moment.
Arya are on top of Alfred, or what is it there? What did you say, Tebrum?
I think we should take Rhoda off. And leave Alfie or
Hey guys, we should take this. Yes. We should just keep moving. Hey, what are we doing?
You want to leave Rhoda here? Are you saying this out loud?
I don't know.
Guys,
you
we
wanna
don't leave
Rhoda
anyone
here?
behind with a vigil.
We'll
We've
bring
been
her
together for a
with
long
us.
time.
But
Let's just start moving in case it changes his mind.
Let's start slowly walking around, and now DM, you can correct me if I'm wrong. In the pack that we took from Czar earlier, I did say that there was one of his grenades in there. Would it work?
Sure. I will say this grenade is a fireball.
Sweet. I flash it to Arya and Tabram as we're walking around, like as it's still in the bag, and give them a nod just to see what everyone's vibe is.
I nod and tell Alfred to run.
What does?
Okay, so who is on Alfred?
I made
Arya
sure.
and the other girl.
And
Alfred.
Rhoda. Wait, you
I would say
left Rhoda
two
on
can
there,
be
though.
on the horse. Two beings can be on this horse.
We were sent for the scout. Tebrim
We were
would have
sent for the
put
scout.
The scout and Arya on the horse.
Oh my god.
Okay, sick. Tebram, I know I like where it's going. Alfred, are you booking it?
He listens to me.
Yeah, he listens
Okay,
to Tebrim. So
I want him to like get a few feet away. Is the frickin' what's his face rolling? Is he chomping still? Is he paying any attention?
Tekel is very slowly consuming whatever this thing is.
Okay.
I think he
look at-
notices this happening, but he's not. I mean, he's as far as he's concerned, this is the agreement. Why would he?
Wait, is Czar with Arya, or Czar's right next to us, right?
Yes.
There's next to us.
All right. I look at all of us and just go for the vigil, and I blow Rhoda a kiss, and I chuck this grenade right at Tekel from behind, and I'm making sure Alfred has like a little bit of distance.
I just want to make clear he's not doing any kind of indication, but you're just gonna pull the trigger.
Our mission is to keep whatever is down here. Arya, get to the top, baby.
Okay, everyone roll me initiative.
Let's go!
and I will illustrate what happens at the beginning, but we'll do initiative first.
Tebrum. All right. Let's go.
We said from the beginning we didn't think, we just did.
That's right. We didn't think, we just did. We're the Vigil. All right. So, do we get your aura there, buddy?
I don't know. It's up to Zach.
Yeah, I would say you guys are smart enough to get the aura. You see, I think you see
Arya
Rhoda body tenses to kind of coincide with the energy that is around her. She doesn't really seem to understand anything, but she sees her allies and her husband tense. So I think you get the impression that Rhoda is following, at least.
Oh.
So I'll have Rhoda roll initiative as well. So.
Emma, first we're gonna leave me behind.
What?
I
stopped it.
behind.
No,
It was the turtle.
I stopped it. It was the turtle. It's
turtle.
always the turtle. It's always
It was the turtle and his British
I
force.
stopped it. Don't get
Okay.
mad at me.
All right, guys,
All right.
Go ahead and give me initiative. We're starting to get a little late, so let's
All right,
get
19.
into this. 19.
Yes.
17.
Oh, let's go.
20. Shoot, what's
Zara's
your
gonna
name?
be using
Dear
fist.
Lord. Oh, wait, you're Tebrim. Hang on. Okay, Tebrim, what was yours again? 21?
21. Yep.
Okay, Rhoda?
17.
17. Debra.
go.
Wait, no. What the frick
We
am
never
I
had
doing?
a major to begin
21.
with. Don't need
Okay.
one now.
Arya, I'll go ahead and what's your initiative?
10.
10. I'm gonna make
Get
the
outta
horse
here.
move on your turn. Just to
Okay,
simplify
cool.
things, it is gonna share. So go ahead and look up Warhorse stats, and then you can use that as your movement speed as you and the scout are on your back. Just to simplify things. Yeah.
Just looking at the spell, Alfred does not go away if I become incapacitated, so it stays.
Okay, sounds
Love it.
good.
Does it if you die?
Okay.
It doesn't say anything in the spell description
It doesn't
about
say anything in the spell
Okay.
description. You're anticipating dying? Okay, at
Nope.
the top of this round, I will say this move is a surprise move. Tekel is like almost sensually consuming this thing, and there is this burst of fire that smashes into his head, and you hear this psychic, why? But as it does so, you hear this crunch, this sickening crunch, and you
Oh,
see
no.
this pulse of like water spill from its mouth. And I think initially you see a little bit of the water that spills out. It impacts the tentacles on his face, and there is this acidic burning as several of his tentacles begin to melt away. I don't know what Tekel anticipated this as, but as he consumes this thing, whether he believes it's you or something otherwise, you hear him scream much more than a simple fireball to the face would be. And you see this roiling bubbles in skin pus elevating from his mouth as the water, this liquid that he had consumed, is now pouring down his body. There's nothing he can do because he had consumed this water on the onset of this fireball. It almost looks as if he is being burnt from the inside out by some acid. We are entering initiative then. That is this, I'm not surprised. Okay. Okay. At the very top then, we have Tebrim for the
Let's
21.
go.
With my bonus action, Hexblade's Curse, put that on Tekel.
Okay.
And then take 2 shots with Eldritch Blast.
Amazing.
That's a
Go
jump.
for it.
First one is a 29.
Jeez.
29. 29
Does not
does
hit.
hit.
Oh, okay.
It does hit.
With Hexblade's Curse, a 19 counts as a crit.
Amazing.
Oh
Let's
my
go.
gosh.
Give it to me. Give it to me.
Oh.
Not much, 12 damage.
12 damage.
And
Hey,
then,
counts.
second Eldritch Blast is a natural 20.
Oh my
amazing. And then while we're doing
Gee.
this, Augustine, can you roll me a fireball, please? Fireball
What
damage.
What is that? I'm sorry. I can't remember.
Oh, do you need fireball?
I just swipe it.
It's 8d6.
Thank
yeah.
you.
14 damage.
86, please. 14 damage. Love it,
and
love
then
it,
looking
love
at
it.
Hexblade Curse, each one should have done an additional 4, so plus 8. 8
Okay.
more.
All right.
How much
sounds
damage
good.
was that in that round? What'd you just do, Tebro?
25-ish.
25-ish?
Ish.
Okay. 19 for the fireball.
Woo-hoo-hoo. Amazing.
34.
Amazing. Anything else on your
19.
turn? With that really solid round.
No, and then just keep on telling Ilfred to run.
Okay. Yes, sir. You can trust me. And then as Tekel, this hate in his eyes, he is burning. He says, "What is this? What have you done to Trick Tekel?" And then he is going to rise to kind of the full size of his body as he is mirroring up 8, 10, 15, 25 feet in the air as his tentacles reach their full height. It is going to look up and do this psychic scream. I need everybody, please, to do me a con saving throw. As he does so, you hear this call. He says, "Brothers, come!" And you just hear this pulse of psychic energy. Rhoda, because I want you to be involved, go ahead and roll me a d4.
Well, if we kill them before they come,
4.
maybe that'll help.
4. All right.
Did I need to roll a con save as well?
Yeah, I need everyone to roll
Okay.
con saves.
19
Alfred
for
probably
me.
needs to roll as well.
18.
16.
24.
Okay. And then, Tebram, could you roll for Alfred, please?
Yes.
Don't F it up.
I don't know what it would do plus to con anything. Is there a...
Warhorse stats, state. Warhorse stats.
+1.
Con of +1.
8?
8. Okay. Anyone that got less than a 15, you hear this psychic scream that is both in your heads and also out loud as he screams. And all those that failed less than a 15, you are now deafened. So those that are deafened cannot cast spells until the end of their next turn. As you hear this psychic pulse go out, alongside of that, for those that can hear, you hear in the distance just this cacophony of growls and roiling noises and moving and shaking as you hear something moving toward your position. That is the lair action. Next is Augustine with Roto on deck.
Okay. That acid thing, the water did like a lot of damage to it, correct? It looked
Do
like
me
it.
I don't even think you need to do a check for this. It looks as if he is burning. His body is burning. We have not reached his turn yet, but whatever it is having some kind of terrible, terrible reaction to this consumption.
I would like to, if you'll allow this, take the top off that water skin and I want to hurl it right at his stupid face.
I love that. I love that. Go for it.
What you want?
To me, you're chucking something, so I think that's probably a dex. I would do it with an advantage because it's a pretty dang big target. So I just need you to hit a number in my head in order to get it impacting him. The higher the number it is, the closer it is to his face.
With advantage, you said?
Yes, dex throw with advantage. I would say this
18.
is... Okay, awesome. I love it. It does not hit his face, but it does impact his body, and it seems to worsen the effects as what you saw coming out of his mouth, this boils and pustules forming, almost this roiling in his lower abdomen. The upper part of its body then begins to mirror that effect as a smaller yet still effective pulse of water graces its skin. Whatever it is, maybe it's an allergy, maybe it's a deathly poison, to this creature, it is highly effective.
Okay.
Anything else you'd like to do?
Kobe, that's what I say. And
Who's Colby? Yes.
yeah, I think at that I'll probably I think that'll be it. I'm not going to move or anything. That's the end of my turn. Kobe,
Okay.
stand
Rhoda.
my ground.
And I will ask, knowing I think you all can hear there are enemies pushing towards you. Are you
okay.
trying to stay put, or are you trying to position yourself to move?
What if we try to block? What's behind it? Is there like a channel where like we could kind of block the pathway from getting to Horse Alfred?
I mean, I think you see the path that Tekel had pointed out. It looks as if it has varying sizes. So you're kind of in a wide open space right now. It does look like it narrows a bit. There's a bit of a edge, like a cliff face, and you know that anytime the city is present, Tekel is going to have a hard time in that space. So you can presume that there's going to be ups and downs and narrowing and focus, but you don't know what's beyond that without Tekel as your guide. This is an opposite side of the mall, so you're not familiar with the space. It's not like you can retrace your same path. So it could be safer. You just don't know.
I'm going to stand still for now in my turn.
Okay. So, Rhoda, I think you see your friends are attacking. I think you get the impression deep within yourself, just kind of this innate energy. You want to defend your friends. You want to defend your allies. They've not yet been technically attacked by Tekel, but I do think you feel this energy in it. That being said, as you're watching, Tekel blindly takes one of its arms down and attacks Augustine with a legendary action. That is only, I mean, a pretty solid plus, but I don't know if that's going to hit. 17 to hit Augustine.
Does not hit.
You see this tentacle, and it is like trying with one of its tentacles to like brush the stuff off of its back, and it is going to slash one tentacle down on you. You're able to dodge out of the way as it smacks down this tentacle. You see the ground around the tentacle impact deeply. That would hurt if it hits you. That's its legendary action. Rhoda, you now have seen this thing is going to try and attack your friends. You are free to do something. You just can't speak. Or other things we've discussed.
I'm going to go and attack him.
Okay. I'll say its tentacle is kind of reeling back if you would like to attack the tentacle that's right there.
That would be good, yeah.
Okay.
And I'm guessing I can't use key points with my condition. Is that right?
You did not get splashed by water, right?
No.
You still retain the key points that are not connected to your magic item. I would say I don't think you have access to your key. I'm sorry to say. At least in this state. You can still attack. I don't think you have access to those external resources that require an extra level of intellectual elevation.
Okay, so I'll make 2 attacks then.
Okay.
Just normal unarmed strikes.
All right.
24 to hit.
That hits.
And 18 to hit.
That hits.
Oh, let's go.
This is a hulking creature. Fortunately, you were able to impact strong, meaty, but yet tentacly flesh as you impact its tentacles right near you. You can see some of its tentacle flesh is burning, still residually from some of the vial that was thrown. What's your damage?
That's 12 points for the first one and 6 points for the second one.
Love it. Love it.
Good job, everybody.
Same deal. Are you just going to stay by Augustine, Rhoda?
Yes.
Okay. Now it is Tekel's turn proper. It is going to look at Rhoda, and it is going to send out this psychic pulse. As you meet its giant blue eyes, I'm going to need a wisdom saving throw.
Come on now. Come on now. Let's go, Rhoda.
Okay.
You have advantage on this, but you have a very low wisdom.
Yeah, what's the
Right,
modifier?
so how does that work? Because my wisdom score becomes 1.
Yes. So that is going to be a 8 is 0. So 6 is -1. 4 is -2. 2 is -3. And I would say that would be
-4.
negative. Yeah, -4 at that point.
-4. Okay, that's a...
But you do have
15.
advantage on this.
Oh, okay. So that was a 16 then.
There is this thing, it is psychically, now that you no longer have your mind protection, this thing had not previously connected with you. Not that Rhoda recognizes this, but now that barrier is no longer there protecting you from this invasive psychic presence. It is going to try and penetrate your mind and kind of take the reins. But I think there is something deep within you, Rhoda, that your constitution pushes back against this. Even in your state, you resist this very powerful move against you. That's his bonus action. It is going to take its tentacles, and it is going to do 3 separate attacks. One at Augustine. That's going to be a 18. One at Rhoda. That's going to be a 15. One at Tebrim. That's going to be a 23.
Doesn't hit.
hits.
Doesn't
Okay.
hit.
Tebrim, that is going to be this giant tentacle smashes down. It slings at your monk. It takes a whack at Augustine. They both dodge, but you are just slow enough as another tentacle from its back punches you in the chest. As it does so, you take 40 bludgeoning damage to the chest as this tentacle smacks you hard in the center of your mass. That, fortunately for you, is the end of its turn. That is now going to be Major Arya and Alfred.
Get out of here, Arya.
I have no choice. There
And I would say
is-
you are far enough away that you will not initiate a attack of opportunity. You currently
Thank you.
set yourself up in the last scene to get out of its space. It is now focused on your allies.
Yes.
Screw
Die,
you, Aaron.
You were gonna fire me anyway.
For the mission.
Yeah.
Hey, but you broke the contract with your shadow, so you had a chance. Come on, Arya. You're a good soldier.
Arya is going to squeeze her eyes closed and after a moment turn back in the saddle and shout out, hold the wall, and then go back to riding.
Hold the wall, indeed.
All right. I assume you're spending a dash action. Are you doing any kind of attacks or just fully focusing on dashing?
Just dashing.
Okay.
There's nothing else I can do.
You start to glance off around the edge. You start to get to the top of the edge itself and begin to run. It does not seem as if Tekel is focused on you at the moment, but you seem to have a brief moment of breakaway. Nothing else you'd like to do on your turn?
Correct.
Okay. You see Zarzaki pulls out a crossbow, and he goes, "We gonna run? We can. More of us can get away. Yes, yes." And he pulls a crossbow. Think. Hits into the fleshy part of its arm, does a little bit of damage, not much, and then he starts to reload as his little dwarf legs run him across the way on the opposite side of Tekel, kind of in the direction that you saw Alfred and Arya go. So he's kind of like, "Friends, we don't have to die here. We don't have to do it." And then he's gonna just reload his crossbow for the next round. We're at the top of the round. You hear screaming and yelling and snarling moving toward your position. Those that are around Tekel. Tebrim, we're back up on you, but I think before that happens, we have another tentacle that swings down and slashes at Augustine. That is this time going to be a 27 to hit.
That hits.
You take a solid hit as 40 bludgeoning damage comes against your chest as this massive tentacle smashes into your tiny gnome form.
Is Augustine within 10 or 5 feet of me?
He is indeed.
Could I try to parry some of that damage?
Yeah, go for it.
That is... I rolled an 8. What's the plus? Sorry.
Rolled an 8. Okay.
12 total damage.
All right, so
taken
that
off
pulls it from 40 to, what? 28?
Yep.
Yeah, 28 damage as you see Tebrim, knowing the blow of this impact, levels it right above you to reduce some of the worst of this blow against your body.
I nod.
Cool. Tebrim, now it's your turn proper.
Is,
Augustine on deck.
How do you rule potions? Is
Bonus
it an
action.
action for your bonus action? I would consume the potion of greater healing.
Okay. Potion of greater healing. Go for it. Go ahead and roll that, and you can do that on your own turn.
Okay.
Just let me know what your action is, or if there's any movement that you'd like to do.
Yep. 2 Eldritch Blasts on
Do it.
27 to hit.
That hits.
7 damage, and then the second one is a 16 to hit.
Awesome. Are you doing your Hexblade's curse damage on all these attacks?
Yes, I am. Yep.
Okay. Then that second one hits as well. You meet his armor class, but nonetheless, beats it.
10 damage on the second one.
Amazing. I love it.
And then that'll be my turn.
You guys are leveling the full might of at least several members of the party as you are impacting this thing that is writhing in pain. Anything else? Are you moving at all? Or are you staying put?
Just stay next to Augustine.
Okay. We are now on Augustine's turn. What do you got, Augustine?
Okay. How high is this creature up in the air right now?
I mean, he is kind of the full, like the arc of his legs and his center of mass is like, 20, 30, give or take. He's kind of floating and falling, but you are certainly able to impact him nonetheless. So I'm not going to penalize you for inability to hit him unless there's something specifically you're aiming for.
If I wanted to jump, because his body is circular like a disc, correct? Like a crab head.
Yeah, you could certainly jump on him. You would need to do an acrobatics check to do so, and that would require your action, unless if you have an ability that allows you to do it without spending an action.
Let me see. I'm gonna get on top of him so bad.
Rhoda, you're on deck.
I guess I could actions. Yeah, can I use my action to jump on top of him and then burn my action surge to then attack?
Sure. Let's go ahead and resolve the acrobatics check as you get up
or
there.
acrobatics?
Or athletics, I'll let you do either in this instance. Either by your strength,
21.
you're climbing up. I love it. Then I'm going to say with your sword, you're kind of like using it, kind of dodging tentacles as you're climbing onto its back. And then you can go ahead and do your action surge.
Okay. Action surge. All right, and I know this is on disadvantage, so I'm stabbing it with my greatsword just so everyone is clear.
Yep.
With disadvantage here. With disadvantage, I got a 24.
Amazing. You got him. Go for it.
Boom. 12 damage.
Love it. Love it. Love it. You guys are doing some insignificant damage here.
I want to... because I use action surge, I get the extra attack too, correct?
Correct.
Okay, cool. So I'm going to take another swipe with disadvantage.
Okay.
$21 to hit.
That hits.
11 for damage.
I love it. Awesome.
Okay.
Stabbing into the back of this beast, it is screaming and curling noises that you have never heard before come from a creature as it is in deep pain. It is going to try and lash out at you on its back. One of its massive tentacles is coming up to hit you from behind. It's going to be a 19 to hit.
Doesn't hit.
Doesn't hit. You are right in the center of its giant form as its tentacle comes back and tries to whack at you, and it misses. Rhoda, your turn.
All right, I'm going for 2 more attacks.
Okay, go for it.
18 to hit
That hits.
and a 16 to hit.
That hits.
Okay.
Meets it, beats it.
11 points of damage for the first one
Jeez, guys.
and 6 for the second.
Amazing. Anything else you'd like to do? Are you going to stay within range? Are you going to move around at all closer to Zarzaki, or are you staying put?
I'll stay put.
Okay. That is Tikel's turn. It is going to try once again. It is going to look down at Rhoda. You're the one that damaged it most recently. I'm going to need another wisdom save with advantage, please.
Protect Rhoda.
She's within 5 feet of me, or 10 feet, right? Or,
She just moved forward. Were you in melee range of Tikel previously?
I don't think so.
Okay. Then I would say no in this instance.
All right, that's a 3.
Yikes.
Okay. As he looks down at you, you kind of feel like this childlike wonder at the blue pureness of his eyes. You are now in control by him as he looks towards you, and your body straightens up, and you hear, shoot, you hear him say,
Abandon her. You do not need to do this. You're fighting for a greater cause now.
and you are controlled by him. Okay. I would say at this point, being controlled by him. Yeah, we're going to keep you put for right now. It is going to take 3 tentacle attacks. One at Augustine. Oh my god, that's only a 12.
No.
The one at Zarzaki is going to be a 24, which hits. And then the one at Tebrim is going to be a 26. I assume that hits.
That hits. Yep.
Okay, so Zarzaki takes 40 damage as this tentacle slashes across his chest. That is then going to be 35 damage against Tebrim as another tentacle hits you square in the center. And that is going to be his turn. Oh, boy.
Zarzaki is down.
Oh, man. You see Zarzaki fall to the ground as he is trying to help his allies without magic. Okay. Oh, boy. Give me a quick second. I lost my initiative. Okay, we got it back. Oh, man. So that was Tekel's turn. We are at now Arya with Zarzaki on deck.
Arya's booking it.
Okay.
Let's go.
All right, Arya, what I'm going to say, trying to figure out the best way to navigate these two encounters. I'm going to say, Arya, you are now in a situation in which you are in flight mode. You are currently by yourself. You do not see any of your allies catching up from behind. The speed of Alfred is pushing you forward beyond the fighting that you hear behind. You do hear the noises of creatures and beings pushing towards you. I'm going to enter you into our skill challenge of the flight. I will need you to do a skill check, a quick explanation on how this skill challenge will work, and if anyone joins you, it'll be the same information. I'm going to need you to do a skill check to beat a DC. There are going to be multiple rounds of skill checks in order to escape this mess. You cannot use a skill check more than once over the course of the rest of this encounter, so you cannot use the same skill check twice as your own character. It's up to you what skill check you're doing. You'll have to decide what you're rolling for. If you're allowed to spend resources to buff yourself in some way, but you will need to do that on your turn. So we are entering your turn. I'm going to need your choice. What is the skill check you're using to navigate this next stretch of land as you are now alone pushing through toward the exit, or what you presume to be the exit?
Okay, I'm gonna start with, I suppose, athletics. Just trying to, ride Alfred as hard as I can. Would you allow me to rage to get advantage on that, or cancel out my disadvantage?
I do love that. So go ahead. You currently have disadvantage on ability checks. You're
Yes.
saying? Yeah, I would let that cancel out the disadvantage. Spending a rage.
Okay.
Yeah.
This is so good. What a great encounter.
No.
11.
11.
Which that was a natural 3.
Oh
man.
my gosh,
Jeez,
brother,
I'm so
my
sorry.
brother.
Okay,
Well,
so I think what happens is you round the corner and you see just this series of almost like this cave, this hollow cave exit, and there are like spikes everywhere. It is very hard for Alfred to transpass across this space. He does so, and you push him, but he is definitely avoiding things. But as he does so, you are being impacted by things around you. I'm going to go ahead and have, unfortunately, because of that failure, you're going to take 9 piercing damage as you are not only trying to keep Alfred alive, but you are trying to protect the scout, kind of guiding her with your body. You see things piercing out from the wall, and you even see kind of in the distance creatures are kind of coming up over the edge. So you take 9 piercing damage as you are blown by multiple pieces of stalactite and rock and ammonite that are piercing out of this wall space. You're able to get to the other side, but you take that damage as you do so.
Okay. I
else
am
you'd
raging,
like to
so that is halved, technically.
I
but
love that. Yep.
not that it's a huge amount of damage.
So good.
Amazing.
So good.
What a great thing. So
Let's
you make it to the other
go.
side, but you do see creatures are kind of starting to crawl over the edge. Anything else you'd like to do?
I don't think so.
Okay. Tekel is going to take another legendary action to make a swat at Tebrim because I think he's going to go for Augustine. He's trying to get this little fricker off his back. That's going to be a 28 to hit.
That hits.
You take 32 damage as one of the tentacles punches you. This massive, if it's possible to sucker punch with a giant tentacle, just the force of muscle that has roiled against you as you were impacted by that damage. Okay, Zarzaki, Caleb, please roll me a death save and send it to me. See Zarzaki over some kind of massive impact against his rib cage. You see in his hand he is holding something deftly, like trying to hang on to something, but you see him spurt blood as he is trying to you see him spurt blood from his mouth as he is trying to survive. Cool. Top of the round. This is going great, guys. Okay.
So good. I love this so much. This was the best decision of anything.
We are at the top with Tebrim. Tebrim, you are looking on and you start to see all manner of aberrations round the corner. This round, they are revealing themselves, but next round, they will be on you. You see some of those eyeless creatures. You see other creatures that you have not seen before with tails slinking, crab-like top with tail on the bottom. You see more sloths, different colors this time. You see like spiders and venomous monsters pushing toward your place. It looks as if there is just a swarm of aberrations pushing all those that are around to kill. And they are not here yet, but they are just about present. Tebrim, what would you like to do?
By not here yet, how far are they away?
At the top of next round, they will be within melee range of your party.
Okay, so, but right now they're outside 30 feet?
Correct.
What do you say? Okay.
Yeah. You're welcome to
bonus
hold if you'd like. Like, I would let you hold anti-aberration pulse if that is something that you're getting at.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, but I don't know when they would move as compared to Tel, so, I'll just, with my bonus action, cast Hex on Tel.
Okay.
And then Eldritch Blast.
Okay. Would you like to do anything? Are you moving toward Zarzaki at all, or are you just fully focusing on damage?
I'm just fully focusing on damage.
Okay. Yeah, do your damage then. Or at least roll to hit.
21 to hit.
That hits.
That is... First one is... 17 damage.
17 damage.
Let's go.
Amazing. I love it.
And then
go.
second
Powerful
Eldritch
hit.
Blast is 27 to hit.
Awesome. Where are you pulling the power of this from? This Eldritch Blast. Is it coming from your pure will at this point? Is it coming from your faith? What is the source of this thing as it flies from your hands?
This wouldn't be holy. This would be more anger of the remembering the hold Miravach had over me and drawing the last bit of power he had in the deal.
Yeah,
I
super
love
cool.
It.
Love
You're
that.
sending these pure
So cool.
beams of your fullness, your own power coming from the anger that is roiling inside of you. Massive damage as Tekel continues to roil under whatever effect he is being impacted by. Augustine, Tekel is going to make one more attack against you with his last legendary action this round. That is only going to be, it's not going to hit. That's a 13.
Does
As he
not
swings
hit.
wide, you can tell that your guys' damage and whatever he has consumed is taking a deep toll on his body. You hear this sizzling. You almost see the little hairs on his, like, now that you're on his back, there's these small hairs that are like twitching as he is trying to kind of do anything he can to get away from an inevitable demise. What would you like to do?
Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and take some stabs at his stupid head.
Yeah. Okay, go for it.
Oh yeah, at disadvantage. Love it. 28 to hit.
Yeah, that hits.
10 for the first one.
Okay.
I'm gonna take another swipe at him. Does a 19 hit?
19 does hit.
Okay. 12 for the second.
12. Wowee. Okay.
I'm gonna use second wind.
Nice.
I roll for that.
All right. Anything else you'd like to do, or you can resolve that on your time?
Yeah, I'm just gonna yell out to Tebrum to save Rhoda and get out of here now.
Okay. On that note, Rhoda, I'm going to need you to charge Tebrum and attack him.
Great.
As you feel this pulse of Tekel has been right. You maybe can't reason, but you feel this. You want to support him. You want to keep him alive. This thing over there, he's causing problems with your master. Go defend him.
That's 14 to hit.
Miss.
All right, and a nat 20.
OMG.
I'm sorry, Tabra.
Rhoda,
16 points of damage.
Okay.
you be always
I'm
punching.
really used to this, mind control thing. So
You always be
Going well.
punching your own
Always be
teammates.
punching your friends.
Yep.
Always be punching your friends. Friends like you who needs enemies. Oh my gosh. Slap her, Tebrum, on your next turn. Get her out of it.
That's still up.
Amazing. Okay. All right, Rhoda. You're going to stay put there. You're defending your master. Now it is Tekel's turn. You guys have done an impressive amount of damage. Augustine, you were on top of him. He
Yeah.
is shuddering. You hear almost like this bubbling. You are so close to his body and his thorax that you hear from within this roiling, like the insides of his being are boiling.
Nice.
He is screaming out in this maw tongue that you have already heard, and he is looking horrid. That being said, he wants you off of him. He's going to take all three attacks against you. That's going to be
Oh my
a
gosh.
17,
No.
a 21,
Yes.
and a 21.
Yes.
Okay, so the first is going to be 25 points of damage.
Okay.
The second is going to be 31 points of damage.
Oof.
I am down.
Oh my gosh.
So Tekel is roiling. He is burning from the inside. He makes impact. In the process, he is basically tearing himself apart. One of his limbs begins to disintegrate off of him after he levies a blow against you, but nonetheless, he has gotten you to calm down on his back. He is then looking around. He is scared. I think, Tebrum, you're really the only one that has your senses about you. I think you see Zarzaki is, like, struggling over to the cave exit, but Tekel is not looking good at all. Okay. Arya, we are on round 2 of your skill challenge. This is your next skill. It seems as if the first one was hard. It seems as if this next one is going to be more difficult. Wink, wink. Nudge, nudge.
Yep.
Let's go. Run it, baby. Get the loaded dice out.
Yeah. Yeah, let me just use my only 20 die.
Yeah, use the only 20.
I have like nothing I can do. I'm just gonna try to use survival to navigate the landscape
Okay.
with disadvantage.
Come on, baby.
Dang it.
Would you like to do anything to buff your chances?
Nope, can't do anything.
Okay.
Come on, Steven.
Are you out of rages? Just curious.
I do technically have one more rage. Technically, it also is continuing because I did take damage last turn.
That's a very good point. I will let that cancel out your disadvantage. One thing of note, as you call on your rage, the spirits that you had previously... Wait, did you touch the water?
No, I did not.
You did not touch
No.
it. Never mind. You got your spirits around you. What do your spirits do again?
They make the person I attack only be able to attack me, essentially.
Okay, cool.
So,
Then yeah,
not
roll
super
flat
helpful.
because of your rage.
Okay, in that case, that's a 24.
Get out.
You get into this
Nice.
next cave, and it looks like as you peer around, there is some kind of like narrowed cave entrance. There is a series of webs, and it looks like giant venomous cave spiders that are all trickling down from the ceiling, crawling toward you. You have stepped on their web, or Alfred has stepped on their web, and they are pushing towards you. You are able to, with a hand, essentially fend off everything that jumps towards you. You bang one to the side, you cut one in half, and Alfred is scared, but he is determined that on his back is someone that he has to protect. So he pushes you through. You take no damage on that turn. What I'd like you to do now that we're on the other side of this with that success, go ahead and roll me a wisdom save to see kind of how the effects of the cave are going now that you're being effective here.
15.
15. Okay. I think the disadvantage that you have is not canceled, but I think you do feel yourself, the further you pull away from the city, the more you begin to get your breath back. It's not back yet, but you are pushing that direction. You break out of this collection of webs into kind of this larger, open, dark region with Alfred. I will allow you to use a bonus action if you'd like to do any kind of potions or anything like that. Otherwise, it sounds like that's your turn.
No, I'm good.
Okay. Sounds good. That second room. Okay, at the end of Arya's turn, Tekel is going to psychically kind of crumple in on himself in this like migraine way. His body is twitching. 2 of its arms have now dissolved off. It is going to pull upon the psychic energy that is around him, and it is going to essentially monster Misty Step over to where Zar is at. I think he is determined to get another kill while he is still breathing as vengeance. So he teleports over and is currently over top of Zarzaki.
Am I still on top of him?
As he teleports, you drop and you lose a death save. That is a failure. As you drop from the height that you were on previously.
Thank you.
So, that is Zarzaki. Caleb, please do me another roll.
Sorry, a death save?
Death save, please, yeah. And send it to me.
It was an honor serving alongside of you guys.
Okay. I think, Augustine, as you are falling almost in bullet time, you see Zarzaki cough up blood in slow motion. Tekel looms over this small dwarf friend. He looks at you. You guys have this brief moment of connection as he sees you falling, and he opens up his palm, and inside is his bag of remaining explosives, which did not go in the water. And you see him go, "It's been fun." And you see this explosion roil out from Zarzaki's body. Tekel, ready to deliver this bite, this tackle, this damage, whatever he could, looks down and suddenly, too late, realizes the thing that had been roiled against him by you decimates his body as his body blows up from the inside. Unfortunately, as it does so, you see this acidic venom fall onto Zarzaki's body, and he is consumed by a combination of the venom and the explosion. You see both of their bodies disappear. You do see the rest of the aberrations are moving forward. Rhoda, however, you in your less than intelligent state regain yourself. You see what just happened. You feel like an animal that accidentally bit their owner. You feel remorse. And you see, looking around, someone that you can feel you love is on the ground, and the other one is in front of you, accidentally damaged by you. You've regained yourself. Okay. Tekel's allies. I think because of Zarzaki's explosion, there is kind of a shaking at this kind of singular exit that you guys had seen. It looks as if some things start to fall from the ceiling, the immediate ceiling that had been impacted by the smattering of Tekel's acidic poison in his blood, as well as this explosion of fire, and you begin to see that the cave is starting to crumble at the exit that you guys had seen. You see multiple rocks fall down and stop some of the aberrations from moving forward. Because of Zarzaki's sacrifice, you have another round before they arrive. Tebrim, it's your turn with Augustine on deck. Augustine is down. Rhoda has regained herself.
Can I get a sense of how many of his allies are there?
I mean,
Is it-
you just hear this cacophony of noises rushing over this ridge. You see that there is a gap that you guys should be able to get through, but this bunch of enemies, who knows how many creatures are pulling towards you. The fact that Tekel was able to find you on this side of the mall, you would assume that his reach is far.
How far away is the exit?
I would say you could get there with your movement speed from this perspective.
Could I try to grab Rhoda's hand and try to like guide her? And then I would use my action to dash.
Yeah, I would say that you give Rhoda that impression. I would say, just for the sake of not losing your speed, you kind of pull her with you, and I think, Rhoda, you naturally get the impression to follow your friend. And you see Tebrim rush toward the cave. You're able to get there with your regular speed before you get through the cave. Would you like to hold anything, or would you like to just use your full dash to get as far as you can, knowing Rhoda will be behind you?
In that case, I would use the remaining lay on hands pool to heal myself 33.
Okay. So you make it to the entrance to the cave. You see these creatures are going to push down on you next turn. Rhoda is following you, and Augustine is coughing blood on the ground. Okay. Augustine, roll me a death save and send it to me, please.
20, 20, 20, 20.
You can send it to our... there we go. Awesome. Okay. See him cough blood as he is... I think you are in and out of consciousness. Augustine, as you are coughing up blood, you see Zarzaki. You impact the ground. Your eyes are in and out of focus. There is blurry. There is blood. There is something that you don't know what it is. You can't feel your right arm. You are trying to survive here on the ground. You look past and see your friend, the dwarf. Stop this, at least for now. Hopefully, Arya is getting away. As your vision comes and goes, you look and see Tebrim run past. Or is it your friend? Your brother? Your father? It's like this blending of scenes as you are watching Tebrim try to cover the exit. You see beings around. Is it shadows or is it creatures? Is it something else come over the ridge? That is your turn. Next we have Rhoda.
I think I would just be following Tebrim. Like, would I have the intuition to like pick up Augustine or anything? I feel like I would just follow Tebrim, like that if he was pulling me that way.
Would you like to leave it up to a dice roll?
Sure.
Okay. Why don't you make wisdom or intelligence? This is your husband. You have recently been binded in marriage. I would let you make this with advantage once.
Okay.
Roll high.
The bounds of an unconsummated
the first
marriage.
one was a 1, so that's good.
Oh, great.
I got an 8
With
You
advantage?
don't love me that much.
with advantage. Yeah, because my intelligence and wisdom are both 1 right now. So
Yeah. Rhoda, I think you see someone on the ground that you're drawn to. I think your sense of self-preservation, just because of your state, is pulling you past the being that's on the ground. I think there's a very fleeting moment of you seeing someone that is part of your pack, but you see they are injured and you know that you have to survive. So you run after Tebrim.
okay.
Would you like to dash and run past Tebrim? Would you like to hold anything? What would you like to do?
I'd probably get up to Tebrim and then hold whatever movement I have until he moves, because I don't think I know where I'm going.
Okay, then I'll say you're holding a dash action
That's
until
good.
Tebrim
All
moves. Awesome. Okay. Oh boy. Tekel is no more. Man, oh man. I didn't even get to use any legendary resistances. Oh well. Major Arya, we're back to you. We are in the next round. You fall into this giant cave, a dark cave You see smattered all across the ground and in the walls there is a slime, and within the slime there are shapes, there are forms, there are eggs. You see some creatures near you begin to pull out those eyeless insectoid beings that you saw before. This seems to be some kind of twisted hatchery as some of them begin to crawl out as you pass on horseback. You see one being flying above. It seems as if it's some kind of matriarch of these creatures. It is flying as you are running past. Go ahead and roll me your next skill check. With flat because of your rage. You didn't take damage last turn.
Correct. So it would have ended.
It would have ended. Yep. So disadvantage then.
Okay. I would like to. So the threats right now. There's the matriarch, and then there are also like hatchlings that are starting to move.
Yeah, they're beginning to hatch as horseback and noise disturbs this nest.
Okay. I'm gonna take my rations and try to just scatter them like towards the hatchlings that are moving and try to distract them. I don't know if that's gonna do anything, but I'm gonna do it anyway.
Okay. I'm down for that. What is the skill check that is associated with that you're trying to do? Could be animal handling, it could be nature, it could be... Oh, man. I'm open to being convinced to what... You're still going to have to roll for it, but if you can give me a good conviction, I'll balance things out.
Could I use insight to read their behavior and try to target the ones that seem most easily distracted?
Yeah. I love it. Go ahead and roll flat. He's really insight check.
He's letting us have some stuff tonight.
Yep.
Hey, I'm here for a good argument.
Oh, boy. 13.
13. Okay, I think that you are able to kind of target the youngest ones, the ones that are least nourished or developed, and Alfred starts to crumple over them, but there are a few further up ahead that slash out at you, and even the matriarch get one spare burst of some kind of magic that impacts you along the back. You are going to take 24 damage.
Oof.
I'm going to say half of that is from slashing, and then the other half is from like a fire damage.
Okay, I'm not raging, so it's all the same at the moment.
Okay.
I am gonna use my bonus action if I have it to second wind.
Nice.
I love it. Yeah, do it. Okay, so it's hard. You are slashed at. I think. Are you in this moment as you're taking this damage? Are you trying to take the brunt of this, or are you sharing it with Alfred?
I'll take the brunt.
Okay. I think you guys are able to push through. I think Alfred, this summoned being, is starting to look a little rough. I think you're able to take most of the brunt of the problem. You are the juicier, more appetizing prey, but nonetheless, Alfred is starting to look damaged as a summoned being can. You make it out the other side and continue to push forward. Anything else you'd like to do?
I think that's it.
Okay.
Unless, would I have an action?
I would say the skill check is your action in this instance. Bonus action I'm allowing, but skill check, no.
I have an action surge. Can I?
Yes.
Can I pour my greater healing potion down Alfred's throat? I want to keep this horse alive. I don't know if that works because he's summoned, but...
Okay, here's what I'll say. You spend the potion, and I'll allow kind of the... I think you are tapping into this space. This is a demented place, but also there is a connection to something that is magical and deep, and I think the combination of you hanging onto your magic and still summoning it with the rage, I would allow some shenanigans to happen in which you could heal the horse.
Yes!
You're spending the resources, so
Yes.
I'm open for the trade. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah, I love it. Okay, Tebrim, Augustine, and then Rhoda. Augustine, go ahead and roll and go ahead and send to me just to keep things moving. What would you like to do, Tebrim? You see Rhoda come right up to you. These creatures are just about to pour in on top of the two of you. You look back and see Augustine is spattering blood on the ground, but Rhoda is next to you, ready to run. What do you do?
It looks like it's about to be a cave-in, though, right?
Yeah. It looks as if right above you, the rocks are just about to shift. The littlest thing could set it off and potentially completely smash everything coming over the ridge.
Okay. Is Rhoda going to be moving before or after the creatures?
Rhoda is holding an action.
Oh.
So I'm going to use a reaction as soon as you move.
Cool. Then I would keep on moving 30 feet back.
Okay.
And then make an Eldritch Blast at the ceiling to try to take it in faster.
Do your attack roll, please.
Natural 1 for the first one.
Natural 1. Okay.
Second one is a 23.
A 23. A 23 is going to hit. Go ahead and let me know what your damage is.
5 damage.
5 damage. Okay. You ring true. Unfortunately, the first is glanced by kind of a hard Omnite structure. You impact. It's not quite enough, so you book it. I think you look back, and again, you see Augustine spurting blood on the ground. That being said, Augustine, you keep glimpsing in and out of awareness and in and out of consciousness, and then suddenly you see your brother and you see your father next to you. They both put out their hands. Previously, you had this nightmare of these beings where they had become zombified versions of themselves, but in this space, your will is bringing their memory back, and that memory is bringing you forward as you roll your nat 20 on your death save. You come up with 1 HP. You see Rhoda and Tebrim run into the cave. You see a horde of aberrations running over the edge. You have your full movement. You could catch up. You also see the cave is about to cave in. What would you like to do?
Okay. I just want to reiterate here. Are they in front of me or behind me, the aberrations?
The aberrations are going right after you. So you have the city to your back, you have the cave your friends have entered into the front, and you have the aberrations coming over a ledge, pushing toward the cave entrance, a bunch of rocks above that have become unsteady. That is your current scene. You could catch up or something else, whatever you'd like to do. I
would like to dash to get to... Because I need to dash to get to the entrance, correct? Full movement?
From this, yeah, you're prone, so you'd have to unfortunately dash to get there.
I want to dash with my bonus action. Can I take my greater healing?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
So dash action, bonus action, potion, you're saying?
That is it.
Okay. Anything else you'd like to do?
I'm just going to be ready at the gate to block whatever is coming my way.
Okay. Rhoda, you see behind you, you see your friend stand. Again, the best way I can describe this is if you have the mind of a beast that is seeing a strong member of your pack get up and protect you. Do you continue to move forward and get ready for Tebrim to follow?
Yes, I'm going to continue to follow Tebrim.
Okay. Major Arya, we're back to you. We are on our next round of skill checks. You burst out through this makeshift hatchery. Alfred, comes to a screech. There is a ledge that leads across. It's a very thin gate across a massive chasm. Unlike the previous chasm you spanned, it is not wall-to-wall climbing. It is a very narrow gap. Alfred will be able to get across this, but you will have to take some time. What would you like to do in this moment?
Are there like enemies closing in at the moment or no?
At the moment, you don't see anything. It sounds like there's things coming from behind you, but at this moment, it seems to just be a very precarious, tight Who knows what is in this chasm, but it does look like a drop if you are not able to make it across successfully.
All right. I'm gonna pray and say, Argentum, preserve my balance, and just try to make my way across the gap.
Okay. Go ahead, and before you do that, do me a wisdom save, please.
Okay. 12.
Okay. Cool. So go ahead and roll your, you said a religion save?
Yes.
Okay, or a religion check, I apologize.
Right.
I
At
think
disadvantage,
I think you are
or-
continuing to push forward with the knowledge of overcoming the space. You did not roll high enough to overcome on that round, but you have a feeling you could continue to push through with your will. Go ahead and do your religion save in this space. This will be with disadvantage.
This 9. 12.
12. Okay. I think what is going to happen is in order to get across, you either have to let Alfred go or you have to let our elf friend go. You cannot have
Keeping
both.
Adolin.
Okay.
See you later, Adolin. We love Alfred.
I think,
No, I'm keeping Adolin.
I think Alfred steps carefully, trotting across. He feels something go under him, and he looks back in bullet time, and he kicks back with the back of his haunches and throws the two of you just far enough to get onto the land, and he goes, "It's been an honor, sir."
Hold the wall!
I love Alfred.
My boy! He's my boy!
Okay. Anything you'd like to do with your bonus action?
He's a true
Do I
hero.
feel Alfred die? My connection.
Yeah, I think you do. This is canonically.
no.
It's been established that this has happened multiple times. So.
Well,
No, I don't believe I can do anything else.
Okay, sounds good. Okay, now we are back to Tebrim, Rhoda, and Augustine. So Tebrim, what would you like to do? You see Rhoda waiting, ready to run.
Is Augustine in a place where the tunnel would collapse on him, or no?
Yes.
Is he beyond?
He's directly under it. It looks as if he is positioning himself to be a wall to this hole that you are retreating into. So you could send something up, or you could wait, hold an action. You see him exactly where the cave would cave in.
Yeah, I would like to hold my action for when he moves.
Okay. All right, Augustine, you see a swarm of apparitions push you. They're going to do multiple attacks against you. For the sake of expediency, I'm going to roll a handful of d20, and we'll go from there. That's going to be, take note, 9,
no,
16,
no,
15,
no,
14,
no.
and everything else is lower. You lucky
Nice.
son of a gun.
Wow.
You see these creatures swarming into your space. You are now fully surrounded, but you are using your arm and your weapon. You are defending against these beings. This is not the first enemy you've faced, and it will certainly not be one that makes it to your friends. You fully fend off this group. You are now surrounded. It is now your turn. You see the crumbling begin to happen. You feel some rocks begin to fall upon your face from above. What do you do?
If I were to move, do all of them get an attack of opportunity?
You can spend a disengage action, which will allow you to kind of use your skill to pull yourself away from them without problem.
And I can tell that these rocks, it's like
They are waiting for something to push over. They are so close.
okay, cool. I'll see if you let me do this. I want to jump out of the way. Disengage. Let me clarify that. Use my action to disengage.
Yeah.
Boom.
You see
Book it.
Tebrim is waiting, is holding something.
That's fine. Oh, holding something. Either he was trying to help me or he's going to bring it down. That's fine. He is going to get about 5 feet out of range from where the rocks are going to crumble. And because he has a 6-foot-long greatsword from his father, and he is going with his bonus action, if you allow it, to swirl it around and smash the rocks, like the wall that is holding up the rocks, to cave them in, to give them the little jump start that they need, if you allow it.
What do you have a mechanical ability that will help in this moment? Like,
you
is
already
there
used
something
your
that
action
allows
surge?
you to? Is there something that yeah? Do you have an action surge? Is there something that allows you to attack with a bonus
I
action?
burned it. Well,
I will
I
say,
mean, I could
yeah.
use the 2 attacks. Well, no, I can attack
No.
with a bonus action. Oh, if I brought something down
Probably
to
light.
0. Yeah.
I would say an attack would be an action. So
An attack
you could
would be an
disengage with an
action.
action or attack with an action. You, like I said, I think you see. I think you are not a stranger to what Tebrim can do. So it looks like Tebrim is just waiting for a moment to pull the trigger.
Okay.
You could easily disengage from this group and allow him to do what he's doing.
Okay, I disengage. I'm going to move backwards. With my bonus action, can I take my last healing potion?
Yes, you can.
All right, and then that'll be my turn. I'm going to try to catch up to my crew.
Okay, Tebrim, unleash.
Okay. 27 to hit for the first one.
Yes. What's your damage?
Oh, Eldritch.
6
love it.
damage for the first one. Do I need to do a second?
Nope. You send out this eldritch blast that triggers this hairpin moment in the ceiling, and the entire cave crumbles in. You see these creatures, some that you have known and some that you haven't, get crushed as the entrance to the cave crumbles in. You are now together and running. Is there anything else, Augustine, that you're doing with your turn? You're just catching up?
Yeah, I'm just running with them. Good to see you.
Okay. Rhoda, it's your turn. You just booking it still?
Just following Tebrim and Augustine now.
Okay, for the sake of expediency, we're going to go ahead and send everyone into the skill challenge round now.
gosh.
We are up to, we'll just kind of do in groups, essentially. You know what? No, everyone's going to do it at once. We're entering into the skill challenge just to keep things moving. We're going to go ahead and let Arya go first, and then followed by the other 3 of you. So the other 3 of you anticipate what skills you're going to use. You cannot use a skill more than once over the course of the rest of this challenge. And now that there are multiple of you, you can all not use the same skill at the same time. So if one of you is perceiving, the other 2 people with you cannot perceive. So just keep that in mind. So think
During
about what you're
the
gonna...
same round, but like on subsequent rounds, someone else could perceive.
Correct. So like if you haven't spent insight yet, you could spend it in subsequent rounds, but if all 3 of you try to spend insight, it's not going to work. Arya, I'm going to say because you are alone and because your elf friend is not helping, this rule does not apply to you. You're in a separate zone, but it's not like all 3 of them can like perceive at the same time necessarily.
Okay.
It's like one person is doing each of the skills. So, Arya, what you got as you move into you see Alfred fall. You move into kind of this maze of what appears to be Omnite, these glowing blue pillars, and there's a steady black darkness, almost magical of sorts. You run into this space. What do you do to try and make it through?
Well, I am out of proficient skills, so
Oh, no.
You said there's like a magical darkness going on here?
It seems as if one is settling. It's not quite in it yet, but you're going to have to traverse to some extent edges of it in order to get through this next space.
And I'm still hearing like creatures coming up from behind.
Mm-hmm. And I think now that you're in this space, you do hear flapping coming from the darkness.
Okay. Could I try to go through this maze stealthily and try to lose whatever pursuit is on me at the moment?
Yeah, go for it.
Interesting.
Disadvantage, I assume?
Yes.
13.
Ooh.
Okay. I think you try to be stealthy the best that you can, but this It is getting harder to make it through this space. You are no longer on Alfred. You do not have the same speed. I think because of the lack of Alfred, you're going to fail this space and be stuck in the same zone. As you start to stealth through, you hear the flapping of wings, and you see essences of the flying horrors that you had encountered before. There are going to be 2 that are going to be attacking you. That is going to be an 18 and a 16.
Both hit.
Okay.
I don't suppose I'm able to rage before they hit me.
Is this your last rage?
It is my last rage.
Okay, you want to spend it now?
Yeah.
Okay. I would say you're not able to use it toward the skill check, but you are able to use it to disengage some of the damage. That's going to be a 14 slashing and a 12 slashing.
Okay.
Okay. You are kind of lost a little bit in this maze of Omnite, in this darkness that is settling in. You did not pass this room, so that's where you are. Okay, everyone else, go ahead and do me your first round, please.
Okay.
We're going to roll an ability check. We're trying to hit a certain DC that is increasing as the rounds go. It is your call what you use, and all 3 of you will need to do so.
Okay. I'm gonna. Well, I guess what's your highest right now?
I was gonna say, does my condition also affect my skill checks?
It would, yes.
So
For wisdom, intelligence, and
Dex,
charisma.
strength, Dex and strength are going to be the ones that I want to use.
Dex, strength,
Okay.
and con are all
I
good.
probably want I'd probably do acrobatics, if that's okay with you guys for
That's
the first
fine.
one.
You can use acrobatics.
Okay.
what
Rhoda,
are you
go
gonna
ahead
use,
and roll?
Tabra?
The others are deciding.
I'll use survival to try to navigate.
Okay,
we're doing.
Go ahead and roll.
12 from me.
And
You said acrobatics was your first one?
Yes.
Okay, I'm gonna use athletics.
Okay.
Okay, good thing I did. I got a 15 on that.
Okay. 15 passes. The other 2, unfortunately, do not. You guys are running together. The cave-in is happening behind you. You see rocks that are falling onto your person, and it is hurting hard. Augustine, you're able to kind of protect yourself with your arm and the rest of your gear, but the other 2, you are going to take 12 bludgeon damage as you are impacted by this cave-in. You're able to make it out to the other side, but you do not make it out unscathed. All right, back to you, Arya. We're
Come on,
still
Arya.
in this dark maze.
Get out of there.
I mean, so I've got these winged horrors on me, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Can I just attack them and try to get rid of them? Like, it's not a skill check, so I don't know if that's...
If you want to use your action to not do a skill check and instead defend yourself, you're more than welcome to do so. You won't advance, but you will protect yourself.
Can I tell if there are more approaching?
I think that you can sense there are more in the space. There are mainly 2 that have found you.
Okay.
And Tebrim, Rhoda, Augustine, be ready for what you'd like to do next.
Okay, I'm going to combine as many things as I can to hit these guys hard. And, okay, so I'm going to reckless attack to give myself advantage.
Go for it.
Great Weapon Master, -5 to attack, +10 to damage.
Yes.
And then hopefully add some superiority dice to that.
Okay, go for it.
Okay. That was a 23.
Absolutely.
And I'm also going to make this a pushing attack.
Okay.
So I deal an extra D8. 1 moment, sorry.
You're good.
22 damage on the first hit.
Love it.
Second attack. I guess I'll do it against the other one. That is a nat 20.
Let's
I
go.
love it. I love it. Yep. Do your damage.
Another pushing attack.
Okay.
Okay, and I roll the dice twice, correct?
Yes.
32.
Oh my god. You completely obliterate one, and you push
Oh
the other
my
one back. I
gosh.
think seeing these are smaller than the previous ones you're posted. Still vicious, but nonetheless, the one
Get
backs
outta
off
here.
after it sees its partner get slashed in two. Would you like to use your movement to at least continue to move a little through this room?
Yes.
I think you do hear your elf friend screaming behind you, but she is still on your back.
Good.
All right, crew number 2. You enter
Okay.
into the hatchery. Go ahead and do your roll. You see this hatchery has been awoken. There are a lot of beings that are being birthed in this.
Ew.
Emissary was looking at the other end of the hallway. It is starting to look as it hears noises of cave-in come from your direction.
Alright, what do you want to use?
Could I slam my spear on the ground and try to just startle all these
Oh.
baby hatchlings?
Are you trying to use intimidation?
And yeah, intimidation.
I love it.
nice.
Do it.
Rolled
Roll
a
it up.
2.
Ah,
But it's 11 total.
Okay, Rhoda and Augustine.
I'm going to use athletics to get through.
Okay.
okay. I'm gonna use survival.
And go ahead and roll.
That's a dirty 20 for me.
14.
14. Okay. All right. So, Rhoda, you are able to definitely get around these beings to the other side of the cave. Augustine, you are able to get through, but you do take 12 damage as some of these beings just slash at you. Unfortunately, Tabrim, you are not making it through this room this round because of that check. You are going to take 15 damage slashing.
Okay.
Okay. Back to Arya.
I'm just gonna.
You
try
are
to-
temporarily freed of the flying horrors. Are you going to try to push yourself through?
Yeah. Man, I don't have very good options here.
Just get out
Can
at all
I-
cost.
And you did attack, so I would say you still have rage this turn, which would make you roll
Okay.
flat.
Okay, cool. I mean, can I use? Oh, that doesn't even make sense. I don't know. Can I use acrobatics to
explain
try
it.
to like slip through like tighter gaps in the? No, this doesn't make sense.
No, it's
I'm-
good. It's
hey,
good.
I think it works. I think
It's
you're
good.
able to.
It's
You're able
perfect.
to kind of just grab her hand, and you are just trying to find the thinnest parts of the wall. You're sticking to the far side of this space as you are trying to eke through the spaces that don't pull you closer to the wings flapping that you hear, that you know what is waiting for you. Go ahead and roll your check.
Okay. Nope, that's a 7.
It's a 7. Okay. I think you're able to get deeper in, and I think you get this sense that you are making it through, but some of these beings do some flybys. They don't stick around. They can sense others' blood on you, but that is going to be a 19 damage.
Okay.
Slash. Okay.
Yikes.
Halved because I am still raging.
Correct. Tebrim,
And
you
it's
are in the back,
precision
still in the
rage.
hatchery. Go ahead and do me your next. Either you can stay and fight, or you can do your next roll. Rhoda
I
and
would
Augustine,
do
you're on deck.
acrobatics to just try to run past
Go for
jump
it.
over. 7.
7. Okay.
I only have 2 good ones.
Unfortunately, you are able to pull
I'm
further
gonna
in,
need
but
some good
this
rolls.
emissary is now sending bolts of fire, fire at you. That is going to be 18 damage as you fail that check. You are still stuck in the room, but you are just toward the edge.
Tabram!
Okay, Rhoda and
I
Augustine.
fall.
Oh no!
Oh, okay. Rhoda and Augustine. Augustine, I think you see Rhoda is single-minded. She is just continuing to move forward. Augustine, you being a little bit further back, you see him fall. You could continue or you could stop. Rhoda and Augustine, let me know what you want to do to keep things moving. Ara, you're on deck.
Well, what are you doing, Augustine?
I know what he would want. So I'm gonna keep moving forward.
Okay.
I hear the ting of my friend's shield hit the ground, and I wince in pain knowing what I have to do.
Yeah.
And so I'm going to just continue moving forward, and with what's in front of me right now?
Okay, you guys enter into the space that has a precarious ledge. You're going to have to try and get across this very thin ledge that opens up to this vast openness below. You don't know how far it falls, but you have to be safe to get across this space.
I'm going to use survival, even though it's one of my weaker ones, because I want to save my bigger ones for the later rooms.
Okay.
Okay, I'm going to use my last good one, and I'm going to use...
The 9 for me.
Okay.
Okay, yeah, I'll just use... It's not great, but I'll use acrobatics. I'm going to trust the dice.
Okay.
Natural 20. Plus 1.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay, Rhoda, I think you are going before Augustine. I think there's a little less of a immediacy for you. You don't quite understand exactly what's going on, but you're moving forward nonetheless. Mm-hmm. I think you take a step and begin to slip. Augustine, please do me a... I assume you're trying to catch her if she is beginning to fall.
You better believe it. Yep.
With that nat 20, I will allow you to do some kind of check to save her with advantage. You can do any check that you need to. I would say athletics probably makes the most sense, but if you can convince me of something else, I'm open for it.
That's perfect. Thank you.
Okay, go for it.
Okay, natural 20 plus 9.
Yay!
2 natural 20s in a row?
Saving me.
In a row.
Oh my god. All right, so you are able to definitely run across. You are determined to get your wife out of here. You see her fall, but with your arm that has been frozen, you kind of scoop her up, push her across, and you're able to, with those 2 nat 20s, push the both of you across into the next space.
Whew.
Okay.
As we're going, do I spot if Rhoda has a healing potion on her?
I mean, do you, Rhoda?
I do not.
Okay, perfect. Great. How's she looking right now, besides just not intelligent?
How are you looking, Rhoda?
I'm a little hurt, but not serious yet.
Okay, cool. I look like I just died, came back to life, and then got hit by a bunch of things. So
Great.
Okay.
Okay.
Sorry, I can't heal you.
Arya, what are you doing, Arya? Temper on deck.
I'm going to just slow down a bit and try to look for the best path through the maze.
Okay, do it.
Perception.
Yeah.
With my rage would technically still be going because they took damage. Do I cancel my disadvantage?
No, you got it. Yep. Roll flat.
Come on, Arya, get out of here.
Okay, 17.
Let's go.
17.
Nice.
Okay,
Get
you are
out
able
of
to push
here.
through. You break it through the darkness. You do hear noises coming from behind you. You don't know what it is, but there's something on the way you came from. But nonetheless, you have to continue forward. You push through and are able to get to the other side. You begin to enter this room of... It's almost like this glowing Omnite meets this darkness. It's like there's this pure scene of glow that is almost blinding you, but it seems as if this has to be what's after the previous room's darkness. Tebrim, go ahead and roll me a death save, please. I think for... Yeah. Okay.
Sent it.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Okay. That's Tebrim's turn. Rhoda and Augustine, you enter this room of horrors. There's this darkness that is settling over. There are stalagmites on the or stalactites on the ground. Go ahead and roll whatever your next check is to try and make it through this space.
I'll do perception.
Perception. Okay, go for it. And Augustine.
Perception. Okay. Perception. Oh, I don't have much great options left.
15.
This is darkness, you said? This is
Darkness,
darkness? I'm going to just use as much insight as I can.
Okay.
Okay, I got an 18. We like it.
Oh my gosh. Wow. Okay. Okay. Augustine, I think you're able to kind of help guide Rhoda through. Unfortunately, Rhoda, you are going to take 21 damage as you get sideswiped by one of these creatures. I think
Whoa.
not aware of what's happening, but Augustine, you kind of pull her back, and you're able to kind of pull her to the edge. I think Augustine, either you can move into the next space or you move her further into this space. You can't both advance just because of her role.
I'm going to move her further into this space.
Okay, sounds good. Arya, what would you like to do? You are now entering into this glowing blue-black space. It almost seems like light from above is trying to pierce through into it, but you are currently in this zone. And I think as you walk in, there's almost this like eerie sense of peace, and you look around and you see almost these dreamlike scenes happening around you. You see people that maybe you have killed, beings that you have fought. And most importantly, you see what the person that you had loved, Caltheus. You see the scene in which he is being attacked by a shadow. There's this darkness to it where the scene itself looks shadowy, but you know in your mind that this is not happening, but it feels as real as all the other haunts that you had experienced thus far. You move forward into this space and you see Caltheus being killed again and again. First, go ahead and do me a religion save flat, and then I'm going to have you do a check in this room.
Nat 20.
Oh my God. You see this scene happen over and over and over again. Your literal worst memory, watching Caltheus get slaughtered in front of you. You believe that you were the cause of this. And then eventually you see Caltheus about to get squelched once again. And you see this paw of a massive owlbear come down, pluck Caltheus from this scene. And the scene changes. And you see Caltheus set beside you with Clypeus onlooking. And you kind of hear them both talk at the same time. What? And you hear them say, "This was never your fault. You were always meant to be on the path you're on. You cannot control what you cannot control. You are meant to survive and learn from those who have sacrificed before you. You are loved." I think with that nat 20, I don't even want a room check. That nat 20 pulls you through, and I think you see this glowing for the first time yellow light that is reaching forward through the blue light itself. I'm going to pop back to our turtle friend. Go ahead and roll me your next death save.
Nat 20, baby. Let's go.
Okay. And then we're going to hop back to Rhoda and Augustine. You're still in this room of horrors. Go ahead and roll me both of your checks, please.
What are you rolling?
I'll do survival, I guess.
That's fine. I can't. This is a room of horrors.
It's darkness, and these flying horrors are flitting around you, making swipes by you as they move.
Augustine's going to roll religion.
The 12 for me.
And he is one who does not pray often. He doesn't even know where he was born. He has no God that he serves, but he is going to pray to his father, Goju, and ask for guidance in a pleading manner for the love of everything that is holy. Oh my gosh. 15.
15. Okay. I think you guys are able to advance into the space even more, but you are both going to unfortunately take damage as these things are narrowing in on you. I think one more round of mediocre checks will be able to get you through, but I think anything less, you are going to have some real problems. You're both going to take 12 damage. Okay. Where are you at?
I am
health-wise?
down.
Okay.
Oh, no.
Rhoda, where are you at health-wise?
I am at 19 hit points right now.
Wow. Awesome. Okay. Arya, we'll come back to you once we resolve everyone else. Tebrim, roll me your last death save, please. Tebrim, you look up as you see this room full of creatures moving toward your space.
Crap.
And I think you see Mirovac sitting there, standing there, arms folded. He shrugs his shoulders as you are swarmed and pierced and torn apart by creatures of the maw. I think after the first initial piercing, though, I think there is this moment of light and breath. And Tebrim, you look up and you see a long hand reach out. Do you take it?
Do I recognize the person?
All you can see is the hand.
Yeah, I would take it.
You get pulled out of this space, almost as if your soul is getting pulled from your body. You don't feel the pain anymore. You have this hand that pulls you forward, and you see the smiling face of your father, who you had killed in your previous life. And he embraces you. You are no longer feeling pain. You have been given an opportunity to be whole in a way that you have never realized you needed. Your father embraces you. And that's the end of Tebrim's life. All right. Augustine and Rhoda.
If he's down, would I know to continue forward? I feel like maybe I would just stand and fight. I don't know.
Go and roll me a wisdom check with advantage.
Okay.
Come on,
Or
dice.
intelligence. I think it's the same, basically.
Yeah, it
loaded.
is the same.
Yeah.
Get the loaded dice out.
Okay, that's a 13.
Okay. I think there is an essence of you needing to protect like an animal protecting someone in its pack. And I think you would just want to stay put
Okay.
until you see something change in this body. Augustine, roll me your save. Your death save, please.
Whoops. Well, everybody knows that. Just sent that to you guys.
What is it?
7.
7. Okay. I think you cough up blood and you're in this space. Rhoda, do me another wisdom or intelligence check with advantage.
That is an 8.
Okay. Augustine, roll me another death save.
Sent it to you.
What was it? Oh, you sent it to me?
Yeah.
Okay. Rhoda, do me one more wisdom or intelligence save here.
$12.
Okay. I think you get the sense that maybe this is a lost cause. I think you know the direction you were traveling. And I think you're free to move on. Maybe not understanding why, but it's like part of your party has died or is dying. You don't really know. Why don't you go ahead and make one more skill check for this room, please?
All right. I'm sorry, Augie.
Augustine, go ahead and roll me 3 more. Let's see where we get.
Let's
You can just send it to
do. Could I use my medicine check? That was
Yeah.
checking him out, and now I feel like I can move on.
Sure.
Okay.
I'm sorry, you said roll 3 more?
Yeah, go ahead and roll them and send them to me in sequence,
Okay.
just to kind of keep it moving.
16.
we're running late here, guys. Okay. I think you are going to take another 10 damage, but you're able to push through, maybe just sensing the area around you, maybe smelling fresh blood or something along those lines, and you push into this room of blueness. Augustine, I think you are visited by this. You have already seen your family this day. I think you hear this distant whisper in your mind that says,
I can help you. Allow me.
What, does this whisper sound anything? Like, is it a voice?
you've never heard this before.
I've never
It's this
heard.
gravelly, dark voice. Something that is reaching out to you. You are stabilizing, but you know you won't, in your unconscious mind, you won't last long in this space if you stay put. You can turn it down, or you can take it. I think you have enough wherewithal to understand if you don't take it, you will die. Up to you.
Do I get, as I'm, like, conscious, do I have a feeling of like what's around me? Like,
I think it's just darkness. Like, it's like you're sitting in a pool of darkness. I think your consciousness has faded enough from you and you have bled out enough that you can't make out anything. This is a brief turn of consciousness as you are fading. That
How can
something
you-
sneaks in.
how can you help me?
Become my champion. I will give you the strength to pull through.
Can you give me 1 second? I'm just looking at a backstory thing real quick from my character that I forgot. Give me 1 second.
Okay, while
If
we're
you have
doing
to
that,
cut- yeah,
Rhoda,
yeah,
I'm going to
yeah,
go ahead and
thank
have
you.
you go into this next space. Do me... man. Do me another check in this next space. You are surrounded by this field of blue, like you've fallen into a lake of water, like you've been just enjoying yourself, and you are in this space that feels like you're swimming almost, and there's like a little bit of yellow that you're trying to move toward. You're just trying to get in that last space. What would you like to do for your skill check here?
I'm gonna do investigation.
Okay. You're curious. You may not have all your senses where you once did, but nonetheless, there's nothing against being curious naturally. What do you roll?
17.
Okay. What I'll say is, like swimming to the water, through water, you are working your way to the surface. Is this happening? You don't know. You don't understand what's going on. No one else is around you. It's like you've fallen into this water and you were swimming toward the surface for a breath. I think you see, and maybe don't recognize, just beautiful faces passing by. I think the real Rhoda would understand that there are faces of loved ones and family members that are urging you to continue to push toward the surface. And I think you break out. You see Arya. You see an elf. You look up into the sky and you see piercing sunlight. You don't know what this is, but you feel good. You feel positive. Arya, you look back and see Rhoda alone, emerging from the same space you had been in. The elf also with you has made it through thanks to your protection of her. Augustine, what are you doing?
He speaks back out. Will you allow me to be a shield for the people above?
I only promise power to achieve what you need. Always.
Help me be a shield for amnesia.
Very well.
You come back with 30 hit points. You now have a plus 10 on your next 2 rolls. Go ahead and roll me your check in this space.
Sorry. You said plus 10 on my next 2 rolls?
Correct. You are still in the dark space with the flying creatures around you. You pulse back. You see that there is this essence of black in your chest, but that doesn't matter. All that matters right now is survival and maybe getting out to see Rhoda, maybe getting out to see whatever is happening. You have a mission, and gods be damned if that means shadows are the way through.
I grabbed my sword and I rolled a 21.
Ho, 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 ho. You, with the sword and the shadow in your chest, there is almost this path that this shadow, is it your shadow? Is it light coming from your back that is allowing your shadow to pierce through the darkness that's in front of you? You walk forward, confident. You then enter into this blue space. You look around, you see your brother, your father. They are smiling, but there is a worry in their eye. You see their forms, and they are... Give me an insight check. You don't have any more checks, so you can use your plus 10 for this.
28.
28. Knowing the people whom you love, you see them look on, and they are cheering you on. whatever it is in this blue space, understand you've sold your soul for something. But if that means you get to live on and represent them well, then you will figure it out. You pierce through. I think, Arya, you are waiting, listening, seeing if anything can break through behind Rhoda, and just long enough, you're like, I think that's it. Rhoda can't communicate. And then suddenly you hear a form push through. Augustine's back. Augustine, you look out. You are blinded by the sun. Your arm is now covered in this viscous black liquid. Arya, do me one perception check as he rushes out, and then we will land tonight's game.
3.
Okay. I think you are blinded. You see Augustine rush through, and your enthusiasm to have him here blinds your eyes to this small thing that enters into his arm. Augustine, you regain the use of your arm. How, you don't know, but you do. You all have escaped the mall. There are 4 of you, where once there were more. The sun peeks through the remnants of the Omnite cloud. It is clearly daytime. It is bright. It is warm. It is overwhelming. You begin to push close to the wall. You are exhausted, all of you. You are feeling the delay and the impact that the space has had upon your body. You move up to the wall, and as you push over some rocks, you see the wall is covered at the top in beings that are pointing crossbows at you. Augustine and Ari, I think you are the only 2 with wherewithal. Can you do a perception check as the sun is blinding your eyes to see what is on the top of this wall?
8.
13.
Okay. I think Augustine, it's hard to see what's going on. And I think that there is this sense that you are sharing space with something, and I think that distracts you. Arya, you are just happy to see the wall. I think you notice that there is something off about the beings on top of it, but you can't tell what. And then as you all move forward, take several breaths, all of you drop to the ground unconscious, safe, for whatever these beings are have seen you. But your systems shut down because of the things they've had to endure. The 4 of you drop to the ground. Everything fades to black. You have all made it through the Hellmouth, through the mall, the first beings, the first Wardens, the first of humanity that has made it out the other side. Thank you all for playing into the Hellmouth. I would like to invite our lore lord for a brief epilogue.
An unknown amount of time later, your mind swims in a haze of pain as you all slowly begin to regain consciousness. The cold stone floor beneath you scrapes against your unarmored torsos, loose stones scratching deep into your skin. The heavy clink of chains echoes dully around you. Your wrists and ankles are bound tightly. Every step you are dragged, another jolt of discomfort is sent through your body. As your vision clears, the scene around you comes into focus. The air is thick and musty, and the flickering torches in the distance dimly illuminate the narrow stone corridors of the prison beneath the wall. Even in the darkness, you can make out the you can make out the banners that hang from the wall, not of the sigil of the Wardens, but that of the Alkuli Empire, glowing in gold and red. Through the iron bars, you see nameless Warden prisoners, stripped of their armor and equipment, lying injured or unconscious in various cells. Some are bound like you, others limp and lifeless in the darkness, reduced to mere shadows of their former selves. The dragging stops as a guard opens a cell towards the end of the corridor, and you are all shoved roughly into a cell. The door slams shut behind you with a heavy metallic clang, and the finality of your situation begins to set in. As you sit in the dim light, any flicker of hope seems distant despite all you've accomplished. Your eyes slowly begin to acclimate to the darkness as you begin to take in your surroundings for the next who knows how long. Eventually, you notice another prisoner in the adjacent cell, just a silhouette, but bound especially tightly, every limb locked in chains fixed firmly to the wall. Slowly, as a nearby guard walks by with a torch, recognition sets in. Beaten, bruised, his once commanding presence now a shadow of itself, you find yourself imprisoned in a cell next to Colonel Adrian himself. For a long moment, his eyes are closed as if he's drifting in and out of consciousness. But then they open, and he turns his gaze towards you. His breathing is shallow, his voice obviously strained, yet it carries the weight of authority that hasn't left him even now.
Wardens, report.